that. Hello, everyone. How are you doing today? It's me, Afro Menace Christian, GM. I hope everyone's having a great day so far. Right now, we're getting all set up and ready for the next session of Daisuisen. This week's is Fading in the Clouds, featuring Manchi.
Hello.
I've been looking forward to this one. I know. Manchi has been, or Monichi has been astronomically pumped for Daisuisen.
Yeah. It just keeps getting more extreme.
Yeah, I'm. Every session is just felt great to do. It gets better and better to just run them and just keep going and seeing what nonsense happens next. Really enjoyed seeing everyone so far popping in, and I'm really excited for this one. So without ado further, let me just get to the shillin'. So first off, for me, I have my own Patreon that I upload to pretty frequently with little mini RPs out of this very show. We have little previews that pop up for the next week episode and everything like that. I've got one for next week actually, which will be popping up probably tomorrow. It'll be one featuring next week's PC, and you've got the one that's for this week's PC, which you'll be able to see as well if you go and sub to the $2 tier after the session's done. So, also, I would like to give a shout out to 2 Minute Tabletop, Ori the Cartographer, and also the program Dungeon Draft. The assets that were released and also the program itself have been essential for making all the fun stuff in this very session. And beyond that, I also want to give a thanks out to Monichi, our player today, for not only playing, but also for doing the banners, a lot of some assets, and giving a helping hand. Her and Chad have done incredible for assisting. So thank you very much. And also, I would like to, before I pass it on to Monichi, go check out the website. We got a website, stabbyness.com. You can catch up on all the other episodes if you'd like. Check out other stuff. Check out Indigo. Do it. It's great. And now I will pass over to the Monch.
Hello, folks. I'm Monichi. Hi, folks. I'm Monichi. And I have a Patreon, and at the $2 tier, you can get a good 17 accumulated icons. Yeah, from the last year. Yeah. And you can also, little insider secret, you can see the icons I made for today's session. Today's session has more icons than can possibly be used, so I will be surprised no matter what shows up. It's fun.
Good job. I can't even say you almost completed that without breaking out into laughing. It's a lie.
But yes, I have a Patreon, and
also, next up, get out of mute because everyone knows you're here. Jay.
What? Hi, I'm Jay. Go check out the website, etc. I've been excited for this session for a long time. I think we really popped off on the design for this one. It's going to be really good.
Yeah.
I don't have much to shill. Most of it's been taken care of. Go see the Windrose Patreon. There's stuff on it. there's good stuff on it. I don't know. Next up, Chad.
Hey, it's me, ya boy, Chad, or at least that's what the government says. I have a Patreon as well. Over at patreon.com/GiovanniChad, you can support me at my $10 tier to learn secret knowledge about the universe. And by the universe, I mean the things I work on. Check out some exclusive Daisuisen art that I've done for upcoming things. And also 3 a.m. secrets that Jay and Christian and I conspire to.
I still have
True.
questions about one of your posts.
It'll have to wait, won't it?
Those questions will be answered on another episode of Daisuisen. But for now,
Next time.
we've got this episode
This
to get
time.
on to. This time on Daisuisen. Is everyone ready?
Christian,
Oh yeah.
the voice came back.
No, that's a
The
problem.
voice
You're gonna
came back.
need to get rid of that. That's not gonna help you at all today.
I think you need to change campaigns.
Oh. We're doing this shit again, aren't we?
Immediately.
Hop on over to false reflections.
Okay. Hang on. How many times am I gonna fall for this stupid bullshit?
Oh,
fine. I got an apple.
Buddy, you're the best.
Okay, it's just the right map.
All right. Everyone in?
Yes.
Mhm.
Let me
Mhm.
Okay, so your mind takes you back to a few moments ago. That laugh. That laugh transports you across to the continent, to a distant land, an unspecified time, an insignificant roadside. And standing on that roadside is a man. He's trying to sell you something.
Trying
Okay,
to sell me
so-
something.
Yes. And just sorry.
What the fuck is going on?
There we go.
Oh my god.
Purchase your protections from the oncoming core spirit invasion right here. Come on, step right up.
Core spirit invasion, what?
So the way this is working is all of you may choose an NPC on the map and interact with the scenario as little or as much as you want. Christian, you may jump in as narrator at any moment to counter this man's lies.
I see. Okay. So, one of the men approaches up. Core spirits. I've never heard of that before.
Oh, core spirits. Oh, well, let me tell you, from where I'm from, in Mitsudai, they're ferocious beasts. They feed on your soul. And I'm here to help you out.
Oh, my soul. Are they like it's some kind of a ghost?
They're worse.
What?
They'll replace your children.
What? I don't even got those. Takes a step forward. What else can they do?
Well, then you won't know if they replace them, will ya?
Ha! Shocked expression.
The man kind of stops and looks across, and he seems to be eyeing up. What are you doing here?
Well, you see, I am just an honest businessman. In fact, I was so honest, they kicked me out of Aranea.
Well, that does kind of check out. Tell me, honest businessman, are there a lot of core spirits out in these woods?
Oh, they're on their way. In fact, some of them are here now. Working.
Huh? How can we stop them?
Well, lucky you ask, because I've got here my core spirit stabilizer starter kits. The best way to combat core spirits is to become a core stabilizer. Like the Great Suisen. Have you heard of the Great Suisen?
Hang on.
Hold on.
That low life?
Never heard of them.
Man in the back is just like, who?
Look,
Sorry, he
I've
does
heard
not
the
have
Great
legs. I will
Suisan's. I heard the Great Suisan's some kind of crazy kidnapping murderer or something like that.
That
No,
sounds
no,
You
you
awful.
see,
say,
I saw the Great Suisen. I know him personally. I saw him destroy a
uh,
core spirit that was ravaging the countryside with my own eyes. By the way, you should check out my autobiography, Benji Boottigan Gets the Boot Again.
he stops, raises an eyebrow, and kind of goes on in and just, you're not messing around. You actually met that monster?
Oh, he's not a monster. He's powerful, sure, but you know, if anyone can handle core spirits, it's that guy.
The man absent-mindedly takes a bite of his apple. Mm.
So are these core spirit stabilizer kits like are they like endorsed by the Great Suisen?
Oh, of course. Here, let me take you on a walk through these, and let me just.
That glorious glow.
Well, here you see a pine box. Yes, this will protect you against the great dread Cocotin, who's
Oh.
known to curse everyone and everything for no reason.
Hang on.
The pine box,
Oh, damn, heard she's hot.
full of hot shit.
I have family from Mitsunai. They got turned into frogs thanks to her.
I mean,
Yeah.
Frogs.
that
no,
doesn't mean
that's
she's
why-
not hot.
That's true.
That's why you'll want this pine box. You see, it's filled with goo. The box isn't important.
I see. And if I find my family someday, I can turn them back for being frogs.
Yes, exactly. You're on the right mindset. Yeah.
So
That's
hang
so
on.
powerful.
Who are we supposed to be trying to emulate here? The Great Suisen or that Kokuten?
Oh
We're
no,
try-
you want? Oh yes.
We're trying to beat up Kokuten, right?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Wait,
it's
but
the
didn't
core
that
part of
asshole
being a core stabilizer.
didn't that
As you
asshole
can read
travel
about
with
in
the
these
Kokuten
tapes.
for a while?
Well, you know your enemy. You know.
Oh, yeah. I guess a bastard would betray someone like that.
Lines up with everything I know about him.
I thought you didn't know anything.
Exactly.
Okay, fine. Sure. What? Like, but wait, are core spirits up here then? Like all around these? Like, really?
I've seen some lurking. I've seen
Okay.
some
Oh.
that like to emulate other beings.
Oh.
Other
He shudders a little
beings?
bit. Oh, so, well, how much are you charging for protection?
More than one vole and less than 10,000.
That's a range, all
joke.
right.
I
Oh.
joke.
Oh,
It's just
okay.
27 easy payments of 19.99 vole, paid at once.
He kind of thinks in it. Hang on. Damn it. That sounds like a lot. Can't you just say the number of it all?
But it's like a deal because it's over time, right?
Yeah, it's like a deal. We get
Oh.
you lose more money by not spending.
Yeah, but
No, wait. No, I don't think the math checks out, actually.
Look, what can you put a price on your own protection, you know? Like
I guess not, but yeah, okay, I might check something out. Give me something on the cheaper end, I think, you know.
Here, let's start you off with the Memoirs of Suisen.
Oh. Okay. He kind of like looks across and kind of reaches over, and he kind of picks up the book. So is this like what?
It's the personal
how-
accounts of the Great Suisen.
I mean, like there's like guides in here to beat up course spirits or something.
Yes, the best lesson, the best teacher is experience.
Whoa, this page says he's got like a 64 pack.
Damn. Huh.
Speaking of 64 packs, there are 64 bank snaps included in here. And in case you don't know what a bank snap is, they're also known as devil bangers, throwdown, snappets, poppers, whack pops, poppies, poppers, snappers, snap dragons, whipping pops, pop, snappers, whippers, snappers, fun snaps, party snaps, pop, whiz bangers, cherry bangers, pop rocks, snappy rocks are bangers.
That sounds
Oh, damn.
excellent.
Oh, damn. Looking at the page, not listening at all. No one told me Suisen was hot. Oh yeah, I'll buy this.
Excellent doing business with you.
So how much will?
Let's just stick with the 30 vol for that. And oh no.
Huh?
Is that
What's up?
Huh?
watch out behind you?
He stops, turns around. Oh, is that a gore spirit?
It's the evil cousin of core spirit, slimes.
That's a slime.
That's why we include salt in the core spirit stabilizer starter kits. Why do you think exorcists carry salt all the time? He starts throwing salts at the slime. It starts licking up the salt. Aha! Well, in that case, you just have to just like throw the salt. Oh, just throw. Why can't I throw the salt? I'm just. He drops the salt. He picks up the salt. He drops the salt again.
Are you okay, dude?
You just have to throw it, man.
I'm trying.
It's a slime.
He throws the salt. The slime goes over to the salt. Taken care of with the Core Spirit Stabilizer Starter Kit, which you can purchase for 27 easy payments of $19.99 volt.
I'll take it.
Yeah, me too.
Oh, wonderful.
I'm fine with the book.
There is another entrance. Sorry, I'm not used to the GM info overlay. There we go. Over here.
I see.
So,
Oh wow, things. Hey!
Hello.
What do you got? What's this one?
Have you ever heard of Core Spirit?
Yeah, I'm from Itsadai. What? Huh? What do you know about core spirits? The silence. Everybody got really quiet all of a sudden. Huh?
so apparently,
Like a slime, but not.
yeah, like
No, they're like what?
yeah, like the book. He gave us stuff to deal with core spirit because I like eat your babies or something.
Yeah. Even if you don't have them.
Uh,
Replace your
babies in the
babies and then
future.
eat them.
No, that's not. Hold on, can I? Leans in, starts looking around. Are these just salt packets? Wow, and fireworks too.
Well, yeah, that's all stuff to deal with core spirits,
Yeah.
right?
No.
No, huh?
Who told you that this stuff would fight off core spirits?
You know, looks over at the guy in front of him.
Wait, Guide to the Great Suisen. Oh, I love that guy. Yeah, no,
Yeah.
he's great.
Did you hear that he's Did you hear he's hot? No one told me that.
He's got
Yeah,
a 64 pack.
everyone knows that.
Yeah, everyone knows you can trust hot people.
Yeah, leans back in. Pretty sure that the Great Suisen wouldn't endorse just unsalted core spirits.
Hey, come over here. Come on, just a little bit.
Yeah,
Come
yeah,
over here.
yeah.
What do you know about handling core spirits?
Everything that there is to know about it, huh?
Oh yeah, oh yeah. Okay.
Yeah, it's clear
So
that you're in a little over your head right now.
don't you know that when you handle core spirits, it's all about what people believe.
She stops. You know what? That's actually kind of how it works.
So you see, I am an honest businessman.
Oh, maybe you actually do know what you're talking about.
Here, take a talisman. He hands the talisman over. It's like shittily drawn pictures of his face.
Oh, it's gross. Kind of picks it up. This thing has an energy to it. What did you say your name was again?
Benji Boodigan.
And you said, hold on. When did you say there were core spirits around here? They don't exist up here.
Haven't you heard of the core spirit invasion?
What? Core spirit invasion, huh?
Yeah, it's coming.
Oh, okay. Well, you seem to know what you're talking about. So, good luck with that. I'm gonna go do something else.
Cool.
Starts to walk away in this direction. Oh, is that a 64 pack of fireworks?
Yeah.
Oh, a 64 pack. I get it.
Yeah.
Wait,
Oh,
what
I'm
else
gonna-
do you think I meant?
Yeah, I'll buy these. Oh, hey, your slime friend's back.
Oh no.
Hey, buddy, want salt?
He grabs more salt and leads it this way.
This one leans back in. Hey, you probably shouldn't buy these core spirit stabilizer kits. They're a huge ripoff. You don't need a
Oh.
kit to fight off core spirits. All you need is like focus and willpower.
Oh.
So I could do it for like free? Yeah. All you gotta do is have a pure heart and a pure mind. Just like Suisen.
Oh, yeah, I'm gonna keep the book then. Hey, you got to turn over. Hey, you want to book it before the ripoff artist?
Yeah,
finishes the
absolutely. Let's
slime?
go. Let's go.
Let's go.
Ooh, these fireworks are really appealing. Yoink.
The slime must have taken my legs.
So Benji throws more salt this way. He's not looking where he's throwing and has managed to throw salt directly on these guys.
Hey, Benji, good to see you again, my man.
Oh, it is excellent to see you folks again. I had just sorry about salt.
See, it's actually a little less than excellent to see you again, especially after you threw salt in the eyes of my dear compatriot. This man screams on the ground.
buddy.
Hand on shoulder. You see, you sold us some informational pamphlets just a little bit earlier on the mixology of how to produce a superior health potion, even as a non-alchemist. And let me tell you, after losing my mind in the woods for the last week or two, absolutely lost in a mushroom-induced haze, let me tell you, you are the last person. Actually, you're the very first person that I'd want to see. We're the last people that you want to see. Hey, can we go for a walk, my friend?
Wouldn't you rather have a deal on some core spirit
Ah,
stabilizer kit?
absolutely not. Pat on back, pat on back.
Uh-huh, uh, can I interest you in a typewriter?
Oh, that's real interesting. A typewriter, huh?
Uh-huh.
Why don't we make you a deal?
Yeah.
You start running now and we'll try to catch you.
um, I'm not much of a runner, you guys. Just an honest businessman.
7 days of mushroom funk, Benji. 7 entire days of my life I won't get back.
uh, but you've got the rest of your life to live.
Okay, everyone, stop right there. She takes a step forward and thump. Bumps into you, Benji.
Oh no. he he slides to the edge, and I'm gonna roll.
Oh,
Walks up. Don't worry, bud. I've got you covered.
He's hanging by the edge and starts to pull himself up a little.
Okay, so what seems to be the problem with all of you? Oh, well, he actually sold us faulty merchandise that got us all very sick. Oh, oh, really? Did you do that, man? Turns around.
It was approved. No, don't blame the messenger.
Approved by who? What?
Dad.
This guy's gonna try to shove past and get to you, Benji.
He tries to move to the side and avoid him rolling again. Oh.
Oh no, Benji, what happens?
All right. Oh yeah. No. No. So. And
this guy throws salt.
Hey guys, I found some core spirit stabilizer kits over there. Pretty neat. We could be just like the Great Suisen.
I heard that guy was hot.
Ooh, that's Hey buddy, you okay down there?
Oh no.
Well, all in today's work. Okay, guys, let's go.
Make sure your eyes are okay, man.
I'll pile up and start to head off in that direction. Buddy.
And with that, let's go back to Daisuisen.
What a cold open.
We did it. We hit our death quota.
Well,
Something I'm
we already-
curious about is I was playing music the entire time, but I didn't hear it.
Ooh, like to hear
I,
it.
I heard
Oh,
it after a
I
little while,
Did
yeah.
not
I
hear
heard
it.
it after a point, yes. Hang on. Okay. Let me reach over to my knob and turn it down. We're gonna get a little quieter again,
Oh,
a little more relaxed. As
very
we go back
relaxed.
in, and is everyone in?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So
Yeah.
okay,
Yeah.
sure thing.
Yep.
Sure thing.
I'm feeling very
As we-
relaxed after throwing Benji in a hole. That's very
I'm feeling
We're
feeling
keeping
at
up.
peace.
It's like
We're keeping up with the Daisuisen
We're-
tradition of killing a man.
We're in our element. We're at peace. life is back. Life is returning to normal. As
Nature is healing.
Nature is healing. Are you ready, Aloha? Okay. Okay. So, back in the past, walking across a small stream, drifting over to a small area of the countryside, two people are moving along and at the very least arguing ever so intently about how necessary the current event they're doing is. I'm sorry, it's still a fucking joke because we're here now. you're gonna have to go talk to her again.
Oh, it's just what would you say to her? You know her better than me.
You should talk at he stops. It's not like I don't sympathize with your predicament. Stepping through the woods, there are two travelers, one of which a legend spoken about throughout many different lands, the other similarly a legend of that caliber. One is considered a hero by those who know him, the other considered a villain by those who do not. The two of them stepping across end up, well, Suisen kicks a rock into the pond, his traveling companion, the dread Kokuten. As he continues speaking, you and your circumstance, I'm sure, honestly, I think Granny would be more than happy to be able to speak to you. But therein lies the problem, right?
Well, yeah. It's just she's oddly at a loss for words. She's fidgeting back and forth. The one she knows is my predecessor. That's the problem with all of this. Kokuten looks down at the water. She's kind of your predecessor, right?
She is, yes.
So she doesn't know me, the current dread god Kokuten. She knows the one that came before. And I have to, as a responsibility of who I am and what I am, I have to keep up the facade. There is only one dread god Kokuten. Unfortunately, the truth that every 100 or so years we sort of replace each other, it's got to stay hidden. And I don't know how I'm going to talk to a person who has such a storied history with the previous me.
He stops and sort of looks a little frustrated again. It would be nicer if the other yous would be quiet during that period.
Vroom, vroom, vroom. Immediately, you feel the Kokuten in front of you flare and shift. I can't believe you're going to see my old rival. It's kind of annoying.
Suisen, having traveled with this companion of his for some time, is used to these sort of strangities. At a moment's notice, the dread god Kokuten will change aspects, another core spirit rising to the top, a large collective traveling together. In truth, though no one sees it, Suisen travels with a full entourage at all times now. Certainly is less lonely, though.
Shifts back immediately to this one. Vroom. So that's the problem. The fact that she's here, and the fact that I need to pretend that she's not. So yeah, remaining consistent in character is going to be difficult. So I'm counting on you for this.
He stops and kind of turns over. Yeah, I'll do my best.
Immediately hops back over to this one. Relying on a mortal, huh? I see that the current Kokuten has fallen to absolutely new depths of depravity. Don't worry, I'll talk to her. I know how to speak to her.
She...
Okay.
Not quite sure if they do.
They've got a history together. It's probably fine.
He stops, and I've heard one side of that history, but I suppose you have too. You've
Yeah,
met her before, though, right?
I did. I may have stopped by this location earlier to check on the core spirit situation
Hmm.
and to acquire some knowledge about tea brewing.
He kind of stops and kind of collects his things, picks it up again. Well, I'm excited to be back. It's not often I get to visit. Stay a bit busy on the road. So he kind of stumbles on this way.
I'll be happy to
Besides,
walk across the threshold with you this time instead of ahead of you.
he kind of nods his head and smiles as he kind of walks past. Indeed, traveling to these lands, buried at the furthest southwestern point of Mitsudai, in a part of Mitsudai that fashions itself into its own little kingdom. By all extents, it would be its own place, its own little country in its own right, but it sticks within Mitsudai. This place often has its own branch of core stabilizers, a part of the government itself that deals with their problems on their own. But buried deep within the dark portions of this country, across the sea from a dangerous location dreaded by all, there lies a small house, a place that holds numerous core spirits and one core spirit master who quietly waits out her days as they stumble across this path. Eventually, they make their way forward to a small, little outletted little island. One that is right across a stream, a single bridge sitting across. Approaching, the two reach a bridge and also their first impasse. Stumbling up, Suisen takes a step on the bridge, and then let me just oh wait, I need them to roll the okay, yeah, no, that one's first. He's he sort of starts walking across.
Suisen, hey, Suisen, the bridge is pine. I can't cross it.
He stops. I see. He kind of considers that a bit more. Well, I suppose it makes sense she'd do something like that. One of your most inconvenient weaknesses, huh? Hard baked right into the ground you step across.
Yeah, unfortunately. Downside of being a goddess of misfortune. Well over 1,000 weaknesses. Looks at the bridge, looks at you, looks at the bridge, looks at you. She's thinking about something. Hey, can you carry me to the other side?
His face kind of, he thinks about it for a bit, and then, you're almost double my size.
Yeah, I can fix that.
He kind of stops, and then contemplates for a moment, and then shoots you a smile. Well, I wouldn't complain at that point. Yes, sure.
Boom. Boom, shrink, donk.
He picks you up and just kind of like, still a bit awkward with the tails and everything, he kind of picks you up and your tails are almost fraying up away from the bridge as the way he carries you basically points him directly down. And you know that a hair even touching that bridge will cause a massive chain reaction. So let's roll really quick as let me let's see. What did you roll? So, okay, yeah, that's pretty good. He moves directly across. Hang on. Okay, you know what? There we go. He picks you up and starts moving across, and as you both go, he manages to stumble his way across the bridge pretty much easily, and he almost making a side comic, not quite the 64-pack you keep telling everyone I have.
Very flattering of you to put this on you and not the fact that I didn't actually shrink that far beneath 6 feet. She says as you haul her across.
Yeah, he puts you down and then kind of stares directly across. and looks up. All right, well then. And he takes up the stairs too. And he stops. And he turns around.
Yeah, you. Yeah.
Ah, of course. He steps on down again. Want to try shorter than 6 feet this time?
I mean, it's only a few stairs.
You say that, and he just gives you a look. Uh-huh. Then why don't you climb up the side? He steps back up the stairs, and he knocks on the door 2 times, and then rings a bell.
Pushed my luck.
As you both stand there, the door having been knocked on, a bell being rung, eventually, stepping up, the door is opened, and on the other side, one figure prepares to meet you. A figure both of these travelers, on separate occasions, has become quite aware of. Hey, Hey, Machi. Suisen kind of gets low.
Has returned. Silently, the doll walks up,
I love this little guy.
climbs up.
The doll climbing
climbs
up.
around jacket.
Let me just
Yes.
Let me just pop. And then there we go. Perfect. Machi, you climb up, hopping up on Suisen and basically sinking into his fur coat as he steps with you inside and yelling out, "Granny, I'm home."
Suisen, is that you?
I'd hope so. He kind of says out loud, and around the corner, someone moves over and pops open the door. Oh, this might not be the right one. Let me get the right one. But continue all the same.
Okay. Iridu steps into the room. Suisen, it's been so long since you came to visit.
He sort of stands there and just kind of looks down, scratching the back of his head. Well, it hasn't been the longest time, but all the same, I'm happy to be back. I don't get to visit frequently, so I'm happy I've gotten 2 in a row, not too long. Oh, he kind of stops and then turns along to, do you have any letters for me?
Oh, yes, of course. She. Where did I put those? Starts to
here.
pure.
He stops
Sorry, Machi.
here. I'll look for myself actually. He kind of starts let me he sort of looks to the side, and you realize there's something on his face. There's something up. Hey, Granny Ruru,
Yes.
if I came with a traveling companion, would that be okay?
Oh, you have another companion?
Yes. May I I think you've already been introduced, actually.
Really?
Yes. Could you come in really quick, and I'll go grab some letters. He steps off to the side, moves to the side, and closes the door.
Iruru, it's been so long! Steps in through the door, immediately encompassing Machi.
What is this?
Well, I've grown increasingly lonely during my time, I have to admit, and I've taken on a wonderful traveling companion, wouldn't you say? Sits down. Machi is lost somewhere.
She's blue screening.
eventually.
I can't roll to die on this one.
Oh, you can. I'll fix that.
It might
for
be
you.
that you might need to kick the API. It is acting a little squirrely.
Yeah, I'll kick it. Keep talking in the meanwhile.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, is it so hard to believe? Your I guess what is Sui send to you, huh?
What?
Like, is he your grandson? Is he your sequel, your follow up? What is the relationship between you two?
He stops and then looking through letters, he's like, "Oh, I got something back from Ko. That makes it." And then stepping on in, he stops as he hears the steps from behind him, and he's just kind of like, "Ah."
Sui-san, would you like to explain yourself?
Yes. I think it's going to be a lot to explain, but he kind of turns around, puts the letters back on the table. Do you remember Kokuten stopping by recently? Can you still roll now, or can you not roll?
Let's see. I cannot.
Huh, that's so strange. Here, I think I might have the solution. But yes, Suisen asks this question. He just asks simply, "Do you remember?" And I know why. It wasn't even initialized in the first place. There you go. So, with that in mind, I want you to now roll for me. And I'm going to set up image set. There you go. Give it a shot.
I see.
Mm.
Go there.
He turns and asks the question.
Sorry, Sui-san. What?
Do you remember Kokuten coming in recently in the past month or so?
Yes, I do. Why was she here?
I actually didn't know myself. Apparently, she came to learn how to make tea.
She did. She said that she
She
needed to make tea for someone.
He kind of nods his head. She wanted to learn how to make tea for me. She's been. It's a long. I don't. He kind of. All right, Sui-sen. What are you gonna do here?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, okay. He considers really quick, and then he kind of moves to the side as he's just kind of like, Granny Ruru, I need you to
Yes.
believe that there's something up with Kokuten, but you can't say it out loud. He kind of redirects a little bit with you. She's turning over a new leaf because of how things are with her.
Wait.
I've learned recently something new that I've put in the book. He hands over a little journal he keeps, holding his account of the first episode of Daisuisen. He stops and then kind of I was supposed to keep it a bit to myself, but well, he kind of looks across and just I can't lie too much to you. I'm afraid if I tried, you immediately would just pick it out. He kind of stops. I'm sorry. I need your help to just play pretend. Can you catch up and read that and come on out?
Only because you asked.
Thank you. He
But
stops.
Do you have explaining to do?
I'll explain later, but for now, just know there's a Kokuten in there that cares, and she's kind of being held hostage right now. It's more
What?
complicated than that. It's read the. He kind of stops and he looks directly across. It's just read the book. He steps out. He starts moving, and he seems to be pretty different than he usually is, Aruru. I want you to roll to do again to see if you can piece past that. Beat a 17.
Okay.
Oh, whatever it is, it just seems to sit out of reach as you sort of sit there for a bit. And, oh, that's weird, but you decide to read a book. A book that will hopefully catch you up to the intricacies of this Kokuten, the being that you've known for so long. He steps forward and just kind of moves and sits down right in front of Kokuten and sort of looks across for a moment. Okay. Well, that went all right.
Did you have a nice reunion?
He kind of looks directly across. I don't think I could say that quite as cleanly as I would usually have, no.
Well, what can I do to improve it?
You
You can ask me a favor. I'll oblige.
should be fine if you just be yourself.
Thinks about that really hard. Be myself, huh?
Mm,
Obviously win her over with my charming smile and winning personality.
yeah.
She lets out an ugly laugh at that. Oh, you're really on edge.
Yeah. It kind of stops. He leans forward a little bit, putting two elbows on the table.
Trust me, it's fine. Relax. No matter what bad has happened in the past, my predecessor and her did have they had a relationship of a rivalry, I suppose. They're both people who care greatly about core spirits. I don't know the entirety of the details between my predecessor and her, but at the same time, couldn't be that bad, right?
He kind of considers that a little bit. It was pretty bad from what I heard.
Kokuten waves a hand impassively. Hold
Yeah.
on, we're gonna see. Yeah, no, okay. This
Oh wait,
one's
you're still locked in.
Oh yeah. Hold on, let me hit this button.
Oh,
Yes,
yeah,
of course.
yeah.
No, one. Purple's like, yeah, it's fine.
And then Suisa just kind of looks across at that and he's just like, I hope so. He presses his hand up to his forehead a little bit, and with time, eventually some of that awkwardness kind of seems to permeate until Granny Aruru finally steps past that door.
Suisen has told me to hear you out.
Well, excellent. I made some tea. I hope you don't mind.
Why would I mind? Why would I mind? What, you're just in my house making tea
Thank
with
you.
my pots.
He kind of stopped in. I think we just arrived for tea time, so...
You did. Let me... Oh, you already... I'll get the snacks.
And how happy I am to join you on this little ritual.
Suisen is still smiling like that until eventually he just kind of opens his eyes again. Well, I mean, that's actually... He kind of considers, these past few minutes have felt very long for me, but it seems like things are easing over at least a little bit.
If you stay this worried the entire time, you're going to pass out.
I know.
She just smiles at you.
Hey, Machi.
The
Can you-
struggling warrior caught
Wanted her hair.
yeah. The struggling warrior meets the gaze of the prodigal son of his household.
Can you help Granny with the snacks?
You see Machi desperately try to leave the hair.
Okay, hang on. He kind of stands up and moves, and then tries to help untangle Machi from Kokuten's hair.
Kokuten just sits there and lets this happen, and like with a sly smile turns over to Machi. You can accept his help if you're willing to stain your honor like that.
Oh no, the red's locked in.
Kokuten with a smile just reaches up and pops him out and hands him over to Suisen.
Suisen takes him and then just sort of deposits him down. Come on, go regain your honor, little guy.
Of course.
Suisen sort of sits back down again as eventually gathering of snacks completes, and Ururu, you sort of cutting over here real quick. How does the snack process go?
She had already prepared something earlier. She usually makes a lot since she's kind of just passing some time. She comes outside with it.
Suisen stops,
Some little tea time snacks.
turns, smiles. Thank you so much. He collects some and just kind of looks at them. All right. So then, I did. He kind of. Okay, let's see again. You're so nervous, Suisen. How are you doing? Oh, okay. You know what though? Aw. He sort of stops and then kind of turns over again. Is everything going okay? How have you been?
Everything is fine. Machi is adorable.
Machi is holding one singular apple and up to Suisen.
He takes it and holds on to it. Thank you. Has everyone been fine with the nearby town? Have you been doing okay?
We've been fine over here. It's been a while since you came to visit.
He stops and kind of looks down at that. He sort of pushes on away from that note as he looks over at Kokuten. And then, well, I wanted to stop on by since, for one, it's been a while, sure, and beyond that, I had a few questions.
She looks between the two of them. How can I help?
He sort of, quite frankly, if I'm being absolutely honest, I just hit a brick wall.
We're completely stumped.
Yeah.
She looks at Kokuten. We.
Yeah.
Kokuten eyes pinched shut smile.
He sort of looks back to Granny. I've been traveling some time and helping to free Crower spirits from, well, the ailments that they cause and are caused to them by humans, but I ran into something that I didn't know how to deal with, so I was hoping maybe you might have had the expertise in it. There is a core spirit that I managed to identify, but I couldn't figure out what exactly was going on with it and why it was acting the way it was. We stuck around for almost a month, but all the same, nothing seemed to get done. He stops. Have you ever dealt with the core spirit of destruction, Granny Ururu?
Core spirit of destruction. My, I don't believe I have. why don't I go check my journals? So I can double check on that.
Thank you. He kind of nods his head. Take your time. We've got plenty of tea and snacks in the meanwhile,
Yes, except you'll have one less. She grabs a cup and leaves.
huh? Thank you. He turns back. You're picking up on something, Kokuten.
Why is asking for this hard?
I know it's just hard for her is all. It's another thing that I'm dealing with in terms of my own ability to ask people questions and stuff. He kind of leans back onto the table a little bit and takes a bite. It's pretty hard to see someone you care about struggle with really basic requests like that.
Kokuten she strokes her chin. Clarify? Would you mind going into it a bit more?
He kind of stops as it's...
Oh, I can explain. Another voice flares up through the room.
Suisen stops and then
Iruru's been living a long and storied life, one that's been paired with my own, and over the course of it, I've adorned her with a crown of 99 curses. She slowly sets back. It was my full intent to kill her someday, but it seems like she's held on up to this point. I believe the final and 99th curse I gave her was... The face turns into a relatively wicked grin. Oh, I said she should scatter to the winds, yet here she still is.
Suisen sort of stares directly across at this aspect. And then that she has. Through 99, you still couldn't get her.
Back to this one. Oh, that's... I knew you had history. Okay. Scrunches down a little bit. Almost looks a little bashful over at where Iruru vanished. And she's still hanging on, then.
He kind of nods his head a little bit. I haven't really known her throughout my life to not carry on. She's very strong in that front, but... Ururu, you sort of stumble back through the door, moving forward, having gotten your journals, and you ended up looking through and finding a singular report. You have it, yes. Did you find something?
I did.
Oh.
So
He
she
kind of
slams-
smiles
she
a bit.
slams the journal down on the table. So, how are you looking to handle this situation?
Well, the core spirit itself needs to be removed from around the town it inhabits. We need to be able to remove it safely without anyone getting hurt. So, we're looking for a miracle, I suppose.
We decided that me eating it would be a bad idea.
Yeah, that wouldn't have been a great idea at all.
Also, Kokuten noticed after the last conversation you stopped saying I and started saying we again, and she's just looking at you with this big smile.
So, what do you think? How did he kind of thinks? I've never heard this story. I don't think. I guess it's one that's slipped away a bit with time, but it's right there. So, I'd be happy to hear it as well. Oh, and in that case, actually, he sort of stands back up. I'll be right back. And Granny Ruru, please take my seat.
Oh, of course. Thank you, Suisen.
He steps off to the side and goes to fetch a journal and some writing materials. leaving you both staring directly across at each other for at least a minute.
Kokuten looks at the door. Is that his room?
When he chooses to stay, yes.
Oh, huh. When I was here last, I got a peek in there for a second. Why doesn't he wear any of those other clothes? They look great on him. Kokuten just speaks her mind.
Oh, Suisen could wear anything.
Honestly, it is ultimately his decision, but the shabby robe does have its own charms, but at the same time, I don't think I've seen him wear anything else. Kokuten kind of waves a hand.
Oh.
How long
Eventually.
have you been traveling with him?
About a month at this point. Trust me, but we've known each other for oh, it's been years at this point, I guess.
What?
Yes, I believe I was either one of his first cases of core spirit stabilization or his very first case.
Oh, his first case.
Hmm. And then you you feel a shift, honestly, in the room, a presence change almost imperceptibly. Hmm. Quite the coincidence that we should actually run into each other very first thing, right? Rivals from the very beginning. Then fades back to this one. I mean, ultimately, we are cooperating, though. Rivalry isn't exactly a thing for Suisen and I. We make a phenomenal duo. We've already solved one entire core spirit incident.
Oh, and you've been traveling together for that long? Only
I,
one? Only one?
yes, and then we hit the brick wall that we came to see you today about.
I
Oh,
see.
God. Eventually, stumbling back out with journals, he kind of moves a bit excitedly. Oh, excellent. It's been a long time since I've heard a story. He sits back down and sort of assembles his stuff again. And then he kind of leans on forward, puts everything down. So then, how would you like to start?
Well,
Hmm.
she opens up the journal and takes a look. I don't believe I remember this one very clearly. But how far did you say your core spirit was that you're solving now?
How far?
Yes, that you
Um,
traveled to come see me.
it was a bit of a distance away. It was already outside of the kingdom of Konko, so even it's a long travel, so I suppose in that way there's not really any reason to rush. It'll still be a while till we can get back.
Okay. Then let's get started. She starts to glance over the journal to remind herself um, how it went.
And with that, as you sit, look through the journal, and start to ponder on that tale, you end up thinking back on your journey. And with that, you begin heading down your own memory lane. Before we do that, really quick, I'm going to call a quick break here.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Come on, Granny, tell us a story,
Tell
huh?
us a story, Granny.
You come into my house just out of nowhere and say, "Tell me a story." Meanwhile, I think you have some stories to tell me.
I'm allowed to make demands. I'm a great goddess of misfortune.
Right back.
What are you, a simple core spirit stabilizer? You're not allowed to make demands of me. Why don't you go uh make tags or something, whatever you do.
I never bothered with tags.
I see, huh? Too good for them, huh?
I just didn't need them.
am taking Machi, by the way.
You can't take Machi.
Fear.
If Machi wants to escape, he can try.
Villain.
Mother help, I am drowning in the hair.
Oh my god. We get to see, let's see. Is there any way to remove the Kokuten a Kokuten curse? Yeah. Oh yeah. Sure are. We get to see a young granny in this flashback. You are in for a treat, everyone.
I've been dancing around the stream issues entire time.
Nice
Turns
job.
out I've been streaming on Google Chrome instead of Firefox, like in
Oh no.
But it's fine. Shit's turning out Gucci.
Yeah.
Fuck Google Chrome. For Roll20 specifically.
That's what I use.
And also Taco Bell got my order wrong. They
No!
forgot a chalupa.
No!
Did they still charge you?
Forgotten chalupa.
It was through DoorDash, so I was able to be like, this, and they were like, we'll refund you for your chalupa for $2. And I'm like, thank you, I guess.
God bless. They're doing fireworks outside, so if you heard any dramatic dog yelling at any point, that's that. But they seem to have stopped. He's chilling out under my desk, being very cute right now.
Don't worry about the dog noises. They aren't as they're just ambient noises. It's cool.
They add character.
They add
You
character.
can't hear my neighbors, right?
You have neighbors? Fuck. Kind of
Yeah, they live above me. It's weird.
Whoa. Like God?
Yes.
Damn.
And they have gods above them too.
Firefox is the Kokiden search engine? You right.
Yeah,
That's
you're right.
true. Must
was
be
like-
why it's so cursed for me.
Like, as soon as the break started, I opened my fucking task manager, and I was like, what's taking everything? Google Chrome. I was like, why do I have Google Chrome open? I was like, wait, the fuck? Why am I on Google Chrome streaming? What? Yeah, now the frame dropping is stopping. It's amazing. What the fuck?
Yay!
Incredible.
Incredible. Ugh.
Kokuten is a
I
fox.
like-
The dog noises are from her. Yes.
Yeah.
I
I like
can't
how
get the
Suisen just rolls
dog
in,
video out of my
drops
head.
all that info on Granny is like, tell me a story now.
Now tell me a story. And Granny's like, I have a lot to process.
I just have one brain.
I have
Curse me
one
with
brain.
more. Maybe it'll go faster.
I'll consider it. Oh my god.
Purple
Granny's still
thinking
trying
that
to
work.
wrap her head around. Okay, there's not one Kokuten, but there's multiple Kokutens, and I can't say anything about it, but I
Yeah.
can't slip up about it, but I must understand what's happening, and I also have to tell a story.
You ever think about how core spirits are kind of like minions from the hit movie Minions?
I wanted to see how long we could keep that silent. Me and Chad broke at the same
Kind of fucked.
Kind of cringe.
Kinda
Holy shit.
Granny has diagnosed you with cringe.
Dread Kokuten, you're cringe. Get out of here.
I declare a weakness. You're cringe.
The 100th curse.
The 100th curse. The curse. I curse you back with being cringe. Holy fuck.
And the match quite nice.
I curse you to only be able to stream in Google Chrome.
Oh no.
Batman says, wait, I wasn't paying attention. What happened? Nothing. Nothing. Nothing.
Kokuten is 6 minions in a trench coat.
Ah.
It's wonderful. You guys did this by starting the stream with Benji.
Yes. Yes. It got the right energy. It opened my brain. Ah,
He's just trying to
I'm
protect
back.
you from core spirits.
yes.
These awful core spirits.
Hey, Christian, would you say that in any way, core spirits? I can't do it.
Yeah. What the fuck are you gonna
No,
try to
it's
say to
fine. It's fine. Don't worry about it. It's fine.
me?
I just made a joke.
Oh, so I'm gonna hear this on the VOD anyway, so
Yeah,
don't
you
cower it out.
Yeah.
Would you say that core spirits are any way similar to the minions
Wait,
from
wait.
a hit movie? Yeah? Huh?
It's too late here. in a second.
Kokuten
Yeah?
is the Gru of minions.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Lester, for the clip. Aloha asked if minions are core spirits are at all similar to minions from Despicable Me, and everyone went dead silent for 20 seconds.
I didn't ask. I stated.
Ah,
That
yeah, of
you-
course.
I fading to clouds, everybody.
Yes.
Eh,
Fading into clouds.
Yeah.
Clouds.
Whoosh.
clouds fading. Time abating. I'm working on fixing a broken character right now.
Hold on, I'm gonna drop a Kokuten here to see if I can roll to die and the colors will swap. They don't. That's fine. I don't care. I will swap them manually. I'm powerful
Good.
enough.
Good.
Jay, I'm gonna send you a series of images.
Oh. This is
How's chat
amazing.
doing tonight? Did chat
Chat's-
talk about how they're doing?
Chat, how are you doing tonight? You enjoying the show so far? So far I've been keeping an eye on chat and they're having a great time.
Oh, hell yeah.
Yeah.
That makes me happy to hear.
Yeah.
I fixed the old lady. She's doing better now.
Nice.
All of her
good. She
problems have
remembers.
disappeared.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You've cured one of the curses.
Yes. Woo. Okay, so with that, all right. We all ready to go?
Yes.
All right. As we return to fading in the clouds, immediately, we're gonna start a storytelling path, which,
Story.
if you've watched any of the other sessions, it might look familiar to you. Granny, we're going today to learn about this story of yours. A story that seems to be fading away, but all the same, you can sort of recall in your head. This is a story time travel section. And as we head down this path, you may notice there are some different weird things along the side of this maiden clouded path, correct?
Yes.
Well, to simply summarize this for you, Iruru, as you travel down this path, your memories, much like shifting clouds, might leave you at times. But when that happens, while you travel down this path, you have lost some of your vitality, and you have about 25 HP, also have a +3 in all of your attributes. Going down this path, every single step along the way will be the hardest difficulty encounter, but you are more than capable of, as you travel, to stop along different paths. You are not traveling with your companions, they are simply watching your story play out. But all the same, they might be able to help you. After all, you have some different resources available, as I will ping to you. You have plenty of tea to drink in order to heal yourself. The very top is time that your guests have to maybe take breaks. So if you ever want to take a break from a story, you can fully restore everyone and rest. And then finally, you have little Machi tokens, because those let you reroll things. Because Machi might help in some way, in reality, help drag you back to focus. The important note up here is, while you're traveling down this path, your companions will not take any damage as they're not helping you, but you will take damage every time you go down this path, and if you fail, you have to retry. However, there's a branching path, and that's you very much just Well, something recalling, trying to grab at memories and finding different ones. If you would like, you may detour upon different stories to tell. And by doing that, you can get to the end of these little story paths. And as you do that, you'll find small little miniature tales playing out in front of you. As these tales play out, you will gain some vitality or gain a benefit by completing them. For one, your stats will go up. And for two, you might have some other kind of effect happen. Not all of these effects are good. Choose which stories you want to tell. I'm down for hearing all of them. Never think about how much time we have left in the session, only what stories you want to tell.
Oh boy.
So, the first one in mind, as you try to recall, you remember leaving this house, heading out down a path ahead, and other memories seem to shift up as well. So tell me, Aruru, what is the first step of the story for you?
So, question, these side stories, like over here, if she were to go forward, is she able to double back?
Let's see. I believe if you wanted to go double back, I suppose there wouldn't be, but I think really in this case, actually, I would say that as these memories are intrinsically tied to some aspect of these stories, you would need to, the only time you'd be able to grab at them is now, as they are fleeting memories.
Well, you know I want to know about this one.
Okay. Sure thing. Ururu, you start to go down and you remember, yes, this traveling tale. I left this house and I started heading across the forests to head out, and then you remember, oh, this reminds me, a series of events, as almost immediately, first off, make me a roll to do.
Okay, should I drop swing first?
You can keep your swing, or yes, roll fresh actually, yes, I'll drop it for you. So, the start of this tale is an easy one to start with. After all, this tale starts a long time ago within your memories. As we take ourselves back, you know where to start. Yes, as you start to recall the tales on Destruction's path, you remember there's something very important. So, you decide to divert yourself really quick because there's one aspect of this story that everyone needs to know about before you continue on. It's a very, very important aspect because you did not travel on this journey on your own.
She takes the journal that she was reading from and slams it down. Wait, there's something I need to say first.
Of course, yes. Huh? Take your time. Suisen, well accustomed to this, Kokuten, you're not quite sure what you're getting into, but I'll tell you.
Yeah?
We do not take damage from the main path. But on these paths, where our story is interrupted and we are simply moving across and we must wait patiently with a deadline hovering over us, we will take fatigue damage on these alt paths. So Suisen takes 3, not too much. You take... Oh, you don't know what you're in for yet.
Yeah, I know. Kokuten's like, okay, so I guess context is important in this case. Sure, I'll listen for a bit.
Suisen silently takes some tea, takes some biscuits, understanding that perhaps the entire day is now forfeit.
Hey, Suisen, what's with that look?
Am I making a look? Oh, my apologies. I should only be happy. I'm happy to be back.
I love my stories.
I know this look. I know this feeling. This is the sensation of someone on their way to the gallows.
Well, what's a little gallows humor then amongst friends? Come on, we're gonna have a cheery time. And with that, Suisen kind of looks, and he actually does look excited. Besides, I think this is my favorite story.
Oh, okay.
And with that, we divert to a time in the past. As Granny, you reach around, along with your books and your journals and everything you've taken and assembled with yourself. There is one other thing that you have with you. something that you almost absent-mindedly hold on to during these times. And a story begins to be told. In the past, stumbling around in a single jungle field, one Irurumujo is wandering as she always does, moving across a field that will soon later in your life become quite familiar grounds to you, but for now was no more special or different than any other place in the world. Except this is not quite correct, because Ruru, while you're walking, you stand and look across your surroundings. Let me actually give you control of this one. As you stand, you're sort of looking across the forest and listening to the way the forest almost whispers its secrets to you. Quite literally sometimes, but other times not so literally. Multiple curses bumbling around inside of yourself, almost causing a constant litany of sound in your ears. Your ears. That's right. Your ears. They seem to almost pop and flutter ever so silently on your head as you hear that. Ears that were not yours at a times past, but have now been gifted to you by a dear rival.
Yes, gifted.
You stumble across, moving over this landscape that you travel through with one purpose in mind. You need to go find a core spirit. Stumbling through, you hear footsteps up ahead, not your own, and you halt for a moment. Irurumujo, during this period of your life, how did you consider people?
For the most part, she avoided them as much as possible.
I see. In which case, you hug closer to the tree until, well, a nose that's been given to you, something that you almost cursed sometimes for how annoyingly sensitive it can be around garbage, almost picks up on something else. A familiar scent. Something you recognize from a time past. Something you can smell even stronger now, despite it being, well, a bit different. A new sensation. You recognize this. Another person stumbling across the woods, and you're actually a bit surprised as they stop. You almost take a step back a bit still out of just almost a non-instinct as they yell out, "Oh, wait, who's there?" And
Oh, go ahead.
as you stop, a face becomes more apparent on the other side of the brush. A man kind of looking across, and you realize he's, well, he's slightly terrified. Oh, is that a wolf? Is that the wolf? Hey, come on, stop it. I'm telling you, I'm really weak. I'm skinny as hell. You're not going to get a good meal. Come on, come on.
She walks around with her hands up. She's like, I'm not attacking anyone.
And suddenly, the man stops and notices, is like, huh? Iruru. And his face shifts back for a moment until you notice something shift up on his face as he looks directly across from you, and almost immediately, almost blatantly obviously, his face shifts. Whoa, it is Ruru. Looks like something's... How have you been?
Are you laughing at me?
he stops and kind of turns across. No, not at all. When did I didn't know you were. I didn't know you were I didn't see that last time. I guess he stops, holding himself there.
Didn't you?
What happened?
Well, it's just the next curse.
He kind of stops and then realizes, I see. Right. He kind of steps on up. It's not the worst curse, I guess. Unless it is. I can't really tell.
I can't get rid of it.
I see. What's stopping it this time? You've usually been very good at disarming Kokuten.
No matter what form I shift to, it doesn't go away. There's always fox ears.
Huh. Why weird. I thought I heard something about the great dread Kokuten being a fox, but I never heard anything about blessings.
It's not a blessing.
Some kind of weird curse then. That makes sense.
It's...
So...
She called it... a Kato blessing. But it's not real.
Yeah! I mean, it's real enough. It's right there, but, I mean, you know... He stops, and he finally can't hold it any longer and just starts laughing. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. This isn't a laughing matter, but I'm just... I'm sorry, Ururu. I'll make it up to you, I swear. Oh, what happened? Why did you decide on this? Why can't you get rid of it?
What are the chances I run into you in these woods?
Oh, well, I guess it's a stroke of good luck. I was just looking out for places people don't travel quite so frequently, trying to find some new herbs. I didn't expect to see you here. What are you doing out here?
I was on my way to another core spirit case.
I see. He kind of considers that, well, he kind of thinks about that a little bit. Well, I've been having some pretty poor luck so far. Do you need a hand? I guess I owe you one for laughing in your face.
You were helpful last time.
He kind of winks at that. Yeah, trust me, I'll be a great help. He kind of stops. Besides, it's been a little lonely on the roads recently. Not many people out here.
That is a benefit.
For a little bit. He kind of steps down a bit and then gets a bit off this almost grassy hill. So where are we going?
Oh, down this way.
All right. He kind of steps up behind you, sort of moving and kind of absent-mindedly falling from behind you.
Oh, watch your step. You gotta cross the river. She jumps.
He stops. Hey,
Yeah.
Ruru.
What is it?
You wouldn't happen to be kind enough to maybe give me a hand?
And how would I do that?
Well, maybe, he kind of stops. You're pretty strong, right?
You want me to toss you across the river?
He kind of stops a bit as he thinks about that. Ooh, maybe pick me up and leap across. That would be a little nicer, right? You know? Hang on. He kind of stops and he first he puts his bag across and sort of pushes it across the river a little bit. Just grab that first.
Okay. She grabs it.
Thanks a ton. Take it out of the water. All right. So, and then he sort of turns back again. So, how about that leap, huh?
She leaps back.
You're the best, Ururu. He
Sure.
kind of just you pick him up, and despite his protests to the wolf, the alleged wolf, he isn't quite as light as he leads on. He's a little taller than you, and you end up picking him up. And give me a roll to do. Let's see, just an ambient challenge of gravity. Okay, all the same, you haul him up and just leap across and land there as he almost just kind of just halts to the side, gets off, and picks up the basket again. Wow. That was almost effortlessly. Maybe I am a little bit of a living pile of straw. Huh.
She chuckles a bit of that.
All right,
All
well,
right, this way.
he kind of steps up behind you, and with that, you started traveling again on another core spirit job. At the time, it was just another person traveling along with you, one you've worked with in the past. But Iruru, cap off this section really quick and tell us how you feel in post as Granny about this first encounter here.
Well, that's Hisashi. That's Hisashi, all right.
You and him both stumbled across, leading further down the path. And over time, well, the case itself you don't quite remember too well, actually. To be honest, it was a more rote case. There is another memory that comes to mind instead. As you travel across, you recall, there was another thing that we had to do. There was something else. There was another reason. Hisashi, yes. You remember now, Hisashi also traveled on you in the Destruction Core Spirit case. But this story isn't done yet as you continue on. Suisen, Kokuten, roll for the next section. That's 3 more for Suisen.
Yeah, okay, it's setting in for her a bit.
As Iruru, you remember, when it comes to Hisashi, a bit of an oafish man, but a genuine one. His heart was pure and wonderful, and all the same, you remember in the past, the core spirit case might be slipping you right now, but it doesn't really matter too much. You do remember an event that occurred after the core spirit case. It's a good show of Sasashi's character, and you quite appreciate it a lot. So, as time continued to pass, both of you traveled, found the core spirit, took care of the incident, Hisashi proving to be more help than even he expected, until eventually the both of you together ended up traveling backwards, moving across and, well, basically camping outside of town for a little bit. And as you both go, we bring us back to that event. A small little campsite constructed. Hisashi helping you get this large tent constructed, wrapping very carefully around the earth as he sort of sets it up. There we go. Should be easy enough. And he sets it up, and then just kind of smiles and wipes some sweat from his brow. Pretty good, huh?
Not bad.
Right. He kind of steps up. And then he's kind of turns over to you. So, he kind of sits or kind of squats down low for a bit and checks the nail bed. So, you want to get some sleep? He asked this question, but it's midday.
Sure is. I'm good right now. Did you need sleep?
No, it's midday, he says, and then he kind of turns up to you and just kind of gives a wink, and then his expression kind of shifts a little bit. He kind of stops. You were up all night. Don't you He kind of stops a bit as he looks across. Did you need to get more sleep? I don't know. Or He kind of considers it a bit as well as he checks up. I suppose I'm just a little worried. And it occurred to you that, yes, Hisashi had met you before, but he wasn't quite aware of who you were, or how you were or operated as a person. It seems he simply misunderstood a few things about your own endurance, how long you seem to be able to go at times, and what exactly you need to stay alive.
I'm not sleepy. I could use some tea though.
Oh, sure, yeah. He steps to the side, kind of goes in and gathers some goods, and you kind of sit down a little bit and sort of relax a bit. And eventually, Hisashi approaches up from behind, sits on down, and passes you a hot cup of tea, and sort of coaches his own for a little bit.
She pulls out some. She has some cakes in her bag. She had stocked up on. I have enough to share.
He kind of takes a look at that. Ooh, well, I don't mind if I do. He takes one of the cakes and takes a bite from it, and then sort of sits there for a little bit. So he kind of turns over a little bit.
So, how have you been? She's searching for conversation topics. She doesn't do it often.
Great the past few weeks. After all, I've been able to hang out with someone. He kind of considers for a moment and then sort of, yeah, it's been all right. Traveling the roads is a silent affair, and I don't quite mind, but hard to not feel aimless sometimes. He turns back over to you. But how about you? It's been a long time since the last incident.
I've been taking care of cases as usual. And as you see, the latest curse, I don't know if I can get rid of this one anytime soon.
He kind of stops and checks him out. Huh? He sort of genuinely looks. What's the problem with this one? You know, I never actually heard it when you were talking last time.
This one has specific requirements. Kokusen thought it was very funny.
He kind of like turns over. Well, you can say them, right?
Well, you do realize what Kato is the god of, don't you?
He kind of hang on. He sort of considers this for a moment, and then it's like, I'm afraid I don't actually quite know that too well. No, not a big knowledge. I mean, what, Foxes? He hasn't been a god for a while, so not really like a god of much, right?
He has domain over the heart.
Oh, he kind of considers that. Oh. So,
What
so
are
what
you
were the
laughing
terms? What were the terms? What exactly was it? Come on, you got to tell me. You've got this far.
It's impossible. It's not gonna happen.
How impossible could it be? Come on.
She said I had to break the curse with the true love's kiss.
He stops a bit and he considers that, and you notice that it's a mix. There's a bit of laughter, and it sort of bellows out again as he kind of turns out and around and back at you again, as he's just like, a true love's kiss, huh?
Yep.
Oh, he kind of considers that a little bit. That's something, all right.
I don't much like talking to people, so
he sort of turns over. Yeah, I suppose that's gonna be a long one, but I mean, come on, there's I mean, true love can be like I mean, it might sound like a lot, but I mean, any love that anyone feels for someone else is true love, you know? Like, as long as you feel it, that's what true love is. So it's not the worst thing in the world. People make it out to be a big thing in stories, but like, I mean, if you feel even a bit of love in your heart, even that kiss should be good, right?
It, it would be hard for a traveler in the first place to come across.
He kind of considers that a little bit as he sort of waits and is like, hard for a traveler, huh? Okay. He considers that too. Yeah, I suppose it'd be a little hard to... Might take the chances away if you're going around all over the place, but I mean, come on, wasn't... I mean, I don't... He kind of stops. I really hope I don't have to give up on love. God, that would suck. He kind of stops and turns around again. Well, you know, I've actually been thinking about that a little bit.
Yeah?
Yeah. You know, when we last talked, I remember we were talking a lot about home and stuff like that, right?
We were.
Yeah. Well, I mean, one of the hardest parts of traveling is not having a home to go back to, right?
Yes.
Okay, so he kind of scoots forward. He's been leading you in. He almost sits with the energy of a con man as he sort of scoots up and gets a little closer to you, and it's just like, I got a fun idea. I've been thinking about it a lot. He sort of, I was thinking of just like, what if there is a place for two travelers like us to travel back to sometime, huh? I know this might be forward and a bit dumb, but I was just thinking it'd be nice if there was a place to go home to. And, I mean, well, I guess I was just kind of thinking about it a lot, and I realized that there's no point of home if there's no one to share it with, you know? So I was starting to think maybe it'd be cool if I could find a nice place to, you know, build a house and come back to whenever I feel like a bit of home.
You've been thinking about this a lot.
Yeah, a lot. But I mean, it always felt kind of like, I mean, it is a fantasy, right? Because, like, I mean, hell, I need to find someone to share that with, you know? And he kind of checks about. Haven't found any takers yet.
You've...
No, I guess to be fair, I haven't really asked anyone else. No, I haven't really asked anyone else yet, so I guess it's kind of fair.
I see. Yeah, you know what? Let's do it.
He kind of, his smile seems to beam even greater, like, yeah. He kind of considers that too, as he's just like, he kind of sits to the side and is like, here, I'll grab some more tea. He picks up the teacups, steps back a bit, and then holding two teacups in one finger and one hand, he kind of gives himself a fist pump to the side as he heads on inside and gets some more tea and steps back on out. And then he kind of sits down again. So, yeah. You have any preference for places?
As out of reach of Cocaton as possible. The ears
Okay.
flop.
Sensible, yeah, that's one. He kind of thinks about that. Maybe somewhere near the sea, a lot of water around. Somewhere a bit quiet, you know. Probably not in a town or anything like that. He kind of considers it.
That actually sounds really nice.
He kind of considers it a little himself. All right, then. Hey, he kind of turns back and looks at you. You know that place that we actually met just a while back? Why not there? That was pretty beautiful, and there weren't too many herbs there, but that's fine because that means it's a place I go when I don't want to work.
You could always plant some.
He kind of nods his head. Yeah, that's really smart. He kind of considers that a little bit.
And that's why
In
you'll
that
keep me around, right?
Huh? He kind of
You said
he looks a little
said
clueless
it
for a
was,
second.
said it was smart. I'm sorry. I tried to joke.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that was really funny. Oh. With time, he sort of stands up again. Well, all right then. Let's go make a traveler's home. He sort of considers that and sort of steps off a bit and kind of goes to get more snacks as well. As you sort of sit there and Iruru, what played through your mind with the idea of home?
She hasn't had a home since she was a child, and it didn't exactly end well, but she likes the idea of starting something fresh.
With that in mind, you contemplate perhaps on, well, what would a home be like? Emonichi,
Yes.
I want you to tell me how this story ended.
Oh,
You can give me a starting point and we'll play it out, but give me the starting point. Where do you think is a fun conclusionary note for this one?
Okay. Question, how long do you think the curse continues?
Perhaps till this very scene.
um well, in Granny's memory, there was an issue with a forest.
Mm-hmm. Oh, so you want us to go back to that forest map then, perhaps?
In Granny's memory, there was an issue with the forest and a core spirit.
An issue with the forest and a core spirit. That's the starting point. All right. So,
Hisashi had went to gather more herbs and didn't come back right away.
Okay. So, for that in mind, the starting point will be, and do you think this is a bit of time has passed from this point?
I think so.
All right. In which case, some time has passed, and if you have any ideas or follow-ups as we go, I pass you the same kind of privilege you passed me at the beginning to interrupt the narration with what you think happened.
Okay.
And you remember there is an issue with the core spirit in a forest. Hisashi was wandering about. He had gone out to the woods to search for herbs somewhere. And later, you ended up trying to follow through, looking for him at a time. As you sort of traveled, there was a bit of concern. After all, it had been a while since he'd gone out. And as you stumbled forward, I'll take you back here really quick. Let's start back over here. Iruru. You stumble out of the woods, looking around, and you still can't see him anywhere.
And she starts to notice some of the foliage too. What
you
A lot
start
of
to
it
look
isn't
around.
local.
You've wandered about, looking across the foliage again, checking around for him somewhere. And at a point, you've started to piece around and are looking about around the woods once more. There's a lot of strange foliage about that seems to shift to different types of things. Stuff that almost seems around this area to be strange. What's going on around here, particularly in the woods? You are stumbling across again, and something appears off. You had remembered a case of a core spirit potentially being nearby, and you had identified a bit of the problem with that. As you stumble across these lands, you make your way over the river, and as you kind of move across, a panic starts to set hold. As you realize none of these herbs are local. In fact, some of them seem to be growing here outside of their own, outside of what would be natural. So you start to run across, moving over deeper into the woods, moving far away from the little semi-constructed building that you started working on in the area. This own little tiny segmented piece of wood starts to spill outward and go even further away. Until eventually, let me just find something nice here. I think I have a map we can drag us on for this. Continuing to stumble around, you end up heading over to an area that seems to be almost, say, like, it's almost twisted in a certain way. It looks strange and uncomfortable to you. Wandering across this path, you see the trees almost shift around. There's a strange quality to the things here as you almost drifted across, and it's only then that you realize you've drifted off into a fold. And as this occurs, things get more strange. More plants growing, disconnected, weird around this area. And as you start to move through, you start to attune yourself to your surroundings. This area, these plants, they're very different. As you start to move through, the sounds of the forest begin to fade. Wandering in, you end up stumbling over to this tiny little clearing. And let me just drop you fresh here. Wandering out of the strange mist of this place, you move on forward into this small little place that's assembled here. A large open field, and the plants stop momentarily until eventually you notice there's more strange foliage out deeper into the actual field itself. Something appears to be sitting there. Do you step forward?
Yes.
Okay. Moving. No. Let's see. Moving down, you head to the central area of the field, and you see something. It's right in the center. A flower that seems to be sprouting out from the earth there. A flower on its lonesome with no signs of other patches, no seeds, nothing. That almost seems to sit there. And I want you to roll to die for me. Ooh.
Oh.
You sense a familiarity with that flower. It's something that almost seems to congeal around you as you start to feel its essence almost shifting around. But how does that make you feel? You think you recognize what it is, as it almost seems to wrap around and a bunch of things almost collide in your mind at once as you realize that flowers growing outside of their range, a strangeness, a mysterious encounter with a girl not too far from here. All of these aspects sort of shift away from your brain. With time, they've eroded away. But you remember this. You remember a moment of stumbling upon a flower. Although the rest of this tale lies almost away from your mind, you remembered the fear of a core spirit that shifted. Shifted a man you cared about. Shifted a man that helped you, and you helped him find homes for yourselves. Sitting in that field by itself, you look and realize what happened to this one. And what do you do?
She slowly makes her way over. Is there anything around this flower?
As you look and get closer, you see one thing. Perhaps having been taken off during a moment during the transformation, or for some reason or another, you notice that besides a couple of herbs that have been scattered around adjacent to the flower, the thing that makes you recognize this, the thing that makes it all come rushing back, is a scarf wrapped around the very root of this flower. As you approach, you realize a man with a poor, misfortunate encounter with a core spirit has been laid into nature as a flower.
She kneels and reaches out for the scarf.
You reached, yes.
Oh, good.
You reach down for the scarf, getting up close, and start to hold it in your hands in that moment. The flower lies directly beneath you as you stare at it for a moment. And, yeah?
She feels angry and helpless. And like she's going to get to the bottom of this. She takes the scarf with her and looks around the clearing. I'll fix this.
You begin to move and start to run off. But as you start to go, something almost seems to grab you and pull you back. You sort of halt for a moment, and as you begin to pull yourself back, you look back at the flower itself, and you think of the person left there, and you sort of step up again, and as you go to the flower, you put down that scarf. You wrap it up tightly up to that flower itself, and you lay it there warmly, comfortably, as you think perhaps in this moment, maybe if this flower, only known to grow in the hottest of temperatures almost, might need a little bit of a warmth perhaps to keep it alive longer here. And you would travel, running across, seeking throughout the environment, looking for whatever would cause this. And eventually, I want you to roll to die for me right now.
Okay.
All right, let's see something. Ooh, okay. So, as time progressed, wandering around this forest, Ururu, you get dragged back for a moment as you're sort of considering this for a moment, the narrative suddenly stops as sort of shifting back in. Something seems odd, and your brain kind of pulls itself over for a second as we cut back to the tea for a second. You're sitting down, and Suisen's kind of looking across for a moment. Granny,
Yes.
I think what happened next is you ended up moving across, and you learned at the cost of the one lady. She ended up helping you out with, or you found her and figured out what was going on with the core spirit. You helped solve it, correct?
Uh, is it she helped? Uh, no. No, she caused it.
Yes. Yes, she caused it. He kind of, but after you talked to her, she helped things along a little, correct?
I. It, that must have been what happened.
He kind of stops and considers that for a moment. Um, Granny,
Yes.
he kind of looks across. I remember you haven't gotten to my favorite part of the story yet.
Ah.
He kind of looks directly across. You know, with the blessing, or the curse, I should say.
Yes, that was my favorite part too. She giggles a little bit.
Your brain shifts back a little bit as the story, temporarily interrupted, seems to shift ever so slightly, as having wandered back to that spot, you end up wandering through. A tale having been completed, you stumble back onto that field. As you go, moving quickly, you go to check. Multiple different people have been the core spirit in question. The details, yes, you remember. It was people were being turned into the very nature itself. But more importantly, stumbling back onto the field, you moved forward and went back to that flower. And at a distance, you saw the flower had faded, disappeared from that spot. And for a moment, you sort of panicked until a voice kind of calling out from the corner. Hey, what's going on over here, huh? Sort of stumbling on out, a man approaches. Iruru? Something go wrong?
What do you mean, what's going on over here? You. Oh, sorry. She, are you okay? She like starts patting down his head. She's, do you feel?
Oh,
T-
um, he kind of looks across. How am I feeling, huh? Well, it feels like I just woke up from a long nap, but he kind of turns across. I think I'm feeling okay. I mean, look at me. I'm just as strong as ever. He kind of holds up his arm and flexes for a moment in a very fake kind of pose. What happened? I kind of split off for a second there. Guess I
there.
passed out. Sorry for worrying you.
Yeah. She checks his forehead to see if there's a fever.
He seems to just be out of it, a bit drained. He did, yeah. It seems that he might have caught a cold, maybe effect of the flower. But no, after a second, the smile beams back. Oh, maybe I am feeling a little sick, you know? Can you give me a hand? Just, oh, nothing like a few nice made meals and some tea and all of that. Just nurse me back to health, please. He's fine.
I guess I should be thankful to hear you joking like that.
Kind of looks across, and he's like, well, seriously, what happened? You caught him
Well,
up to the events, everything like that, bleeding
yeah.
across his ears, etc. As he sort of starts looking across, and he's just like, immediately, lady turned me into a flower. Oh, that's so
Yeah,
sick.
she.
I pick flowers all the time and I become one, and it's not poetic at all. I hate it.
She actually laughs a little at that. Well, it's taken care of now. It was a core spirit. It was a core spirit of enrichment. Iridi looks down. She didn't think people had any use other than to enrich this forest. She thought they'd be better as fodder.
He kind of stops. Well, did you beat her up? And, you know.
Yeah, I got the core spirit out too.
He kind of.
But as far as Granny telling the story now goes off the end a little. She's not really sure what happened to her. She knows that you took care of it.
It was something that seemed to hit on your head, and you take a moment to think about it. But on Suisen's sort of, it's okay, Granny. If, as you told me before, the situation managed to get solved, you did manage to make her stop with the core spirit, but after some time, you ended up actually becoming friends with her, ever so slightly.
Is that so? Huh.
He sort of sits at the edge of his seat in a moment for a bit as you're waiting a bit, and after a moment, the man in front of you sort of stops. So, well, with that out of the way, I guess it's time to leave, huh?
Yeah, I don't want to be in here anymore.
Hey, Ruru.
Yeah?
He kind of turns over for a bit, and he's like, thanks for saving me again.
Yeah. Anytime. Just don't get in the situation again. That would.
I'll do my best. He kind of turns around. Well, I can say for sure I understand how you feel now. He kind of moves up and he kind of pokes at the ear for a second.
Yeah.
Not fun to have your form taken away from you and all that.
No. It's especially annoying when I have so much control over my form in the first place. Isashi has worked with Iriru enough to know that she is able to shift her form, um, which has helped with a few cases they've worked on, but she can't get rid of these fox traits no matter what she does, and that gets her so much.
As you sort of contemplate on this form that has stuck with you for so long, Hisashi kind of looks across, and you know, I feel like, huh. He sort of stops a bit and he kind of stands there a little bit. Let's walk a bit. He starts walking off in this way rather suddenly as you kind of go with him.
Okay.
And with that, time seemed to have passed as you both sort of stumbled a little bit further on. And as things went, you left this spot and returned at least a little bit closer to that one area you both now called home. As you moved across the forest, once more moving down those paths you sort of traveled with him, both of you wandered up to this house again. Let me bounce you back really quick. As you both move, Hisashi seems to stumble along, moving and looking across at a place that was sort of recently completed. And as he moves, he kind of immediately just walks on up pops over and kind of leans back and sits on the pillow that's been left at the front. Hey, want to join me for a sec?
She was already on her way over. Actually. Yeah.
Damn. He seems to stop. Uncharacteristically short on words as he sort of stares off across at the trees and the river and everything around that. He seems to have gotten a little bit more, like, less tired, but a different feeling seems to wash across his face in that moment. So, well, Iruru.
Yeah. What is it?
I don't really remember super well, but I think I could feel things. You know, it's so weird. Enrichment, huh? That's what it was about?
Yeah.
Well, I guess I couldn't really know what was going on, but I wasn't feeling a lot. I guess I feel enriched, if you get what I mean. I swear I'm doing better now. I'm not a flower. I mean, he kind of points to himself. And if I'm not a flower, that means I'm Hisashi, I guess.
She reaches out and pats his head to be assured.
Yeah. he kind of looks across, and as your hand pulls back, he sort of holds onto it and grabs it for a second. I felt very warm, so thank you. And I don't know. I think I felt you there. You know what I mean? Like, I think you were there or something. When you showed up, I could feel what you were thinking. Like, you know.
What I was thinking?
Yeah.
That's an invasion of privacy.
He kind of stops. I mean, a little bit, but I didn't really have a choice. Stop. He kind of he sort of lightens up the grip in your hand a little bit and pulls his hand down just a bit. I guess I'm sorry. It took me a long time to realize. I didn't even see it, you know? Guess I'm just a big dumbass sometimes. He kind of laughs to himself. You know, but, God, how do I say this? I think, enrichment gave me something special. I think I figured something out. Having had my form changed and stuff, I think I have a new perspective on how to help change it again.
How?
Well, it's just a secret technique I think I'm developing. He kind of turns over. You have to save my ass all the time, so I thought maybe I'd try to save yours.
But how? I'm not in trouble. I'm not a flower.
Iruru, in a moment, leaning forward, a simple gesture, you feel Hisashi do just the simplest thing. A simple, tiny gesture. Something that he felt. Something that he answers with. A thought that played out in your head on that field. Something you wish you could have said to him. I wish I could have told him I loved him. And the answer comes in the form of a kiss. A moment that stretches and burns its way into your mind even now, years and years later. Pulling back ever so subtly. He sits back, looks directly across. Sorry for the surprise. Sorry. I don't think, is it working? Is it working? He kind of seems panicking. I swear it was working. It's gotta work, right? I mean, come on, I'm a master herbalist, I know, and I've traveled with the course stabilizers, so... And he stops, and he kind of looks directly across, and you notice a very soft smile playing on his face again, as looking directly at you. That feels very nice to see, I guess. Ururu, you're
Wait.
curious what he's talking about for a moment, until he moves his hand up, he presses down on your head, not your ear.
Oh. That's one way to confirm something.
He sort of sits back on the pillow. Well, what do I do now?
A previous experience flashes through her mind, one that happened before she met up with him, which was she dealt with a core spirit case. It was a bit of a cult. The the core spirit that was at the center of that one was a core spirit of revelation. And people got really hooked on having revelations. So when she went to handle it, ended up with a revelation of her own, which she dared not say out loud, which was that she did love him.
With that thought playing on your mind, eventually pulling back ever so slightly, immediately on indoors. Let me change this a bit. The story ends up kind of naturally concluding there.
That's how that curse panned out? Plop, plop. She's been lounging and eating snacks off the table.
Yeah. Oh, also, Kokoten, roll me fatigue.
Yeah, of course.
Let me roll for Suisen as well.
Yeah, I'll update it when I get back to the travel map.
Yeah. I'll update it now while we're doing this.
She writes herself, that's how that one panned out? After all that mutual, all that lovelorn pining and all that other stuff, you got, it took getting turned into a flower. It took getting turned into a flower, and then the curse, and then the kiss. Wow, that really panned out like a fairy tale, huh?
It's really great. Susan just kind of nods his head.
Kokoten's about to open her mouth, and she's like in the back of her mind, well, honestly, I think both of you obviously should have realized your feelings far sooner and gotten right to the point. And then she looks at Susan's face with this blissful smile, and she's like, yeah, it really worked out great. It's back down.
I was so closed off back then, Kokoten. I never would have admitted it myself. So I guess I must thank you.
Of course. I am nothing if not a merciful god. Granting trials to those who deserve them in the world is the purview of a god of misfortune.
Oh, you turned on a dime very quickly.
I have such a right to be changeable. She sits down and looks honestly very satisfied with the story. I just have one question.
Yes.
How does it how does that tie back to the core spirit of destruction?
Oh.
Well, the answer is quite simple, really. It's just that you and Hisashi were traveling together, and of course, explaining Hisashi, you need to know what's going on with her and Hisashi. If you didn't know, obviously, I mean, what are you gonna do? You know, what are you gonna do?
Yeah, Kokoten, we never talked about my love life.
You ended up traveling outside of this area, leaving behind that opening little spot as you traveled across. But this time, as you continued traveling on this old path, you remember that you were not traveling alone. And with that, upon the main journey, you will now gain the assistance of Hisashi, who will help you roll. Forgot, I'm gonna boost up your stats a bit. And with that, before I actually get you past here, I need you to roll to do for me after I get your stats up.
Okay.
So let me just do that first. So make a roll for me, Granny.
Okay. What to do? No.
You can roll to die. I meant roll to die first.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
Well. Okay.
now you can roll to do, and you have to beat
Uh-huh.
a. Oh wow, that's probably going to work then. Yeah. Yes, I see. Granny, you managed to, in one, beat this trial as you head on forward, and you take 9 fatigue as you start to head back on the destruction story. As a rather simple memory pays out. Honestly, for all the build-up, it was quite a simple moment. Simply leaving that area, your home, the place where you and Hisashi would be together. You and him head out together, leaving across that very same field you'd head through multiple times before. And as you went, both of you departing. So, first time getting a commission case in a while, huh?
I don't know where these people are hearing of my name.
I don't know. It's almost like someone's leaving hints or something. He kind of hops over a branch.
You wouldn't do that, would you?
He kind of stops, and then he kind of turns around and is like, no, I would never do that. Come on. Who do you take me for? Someone who cares about getting enough money to make sure we can get enough food to live? You know? That's not me at all. He kind of stops, sees you approaching. As he's just like, he stops. Ruru, come on, you know, I'm just helping. I want to get us all living in our nice little life, you know.
I'll at least spread around one of my fake names.
He kind of stops about that. Yeah, that much is my bad. He kind of steps up behind you and wanders across. But I mean, hey, I think the world deserves to hear a little bit about, you know. He kind of turns around. The world's best core stabilizer.
I only need one.
Kokuton, what was that?
Huh? Sorry, I just I don't think it's very polite to lie to a god.
With continuing to travel forward, you all left a commission case. One as you travel on with your companion through a lot of your life, and also just through times of traveling across the land as the Great Core Stabilizer, Irurumujo.
Oh, I see.
Over to the side, however, as times continue on, you realize that the travels would take you on all the way across the countryside. You traveled through the kingdom of Konko, where you decided to make your home, and from that point on, you ended up moving even further deeper out into the world. And as you traveled, you found well, I suppose you found something. You remember a village treating core stabilizer or core spirits and the supernatural with an almost unfair air. A place where things such as spirits would be misinterpreted as deities. An unfair place. And once again, there's a bridge in the road here. As two memories start playing out in your head at once, Iruru.
You know, Kokuton,
Yes.
Do you remember?
Oh, I think I actually know where you're going with this one. The voice changes, honestly, like taking on an entirely different air. Oh, please, let's take another diversion here. Just like the last story might have been your favorite, Suisen. The way that she says that is entirely different. It sends a chill down your spine.
Yeah.
I think this one would be a favorite of mine. Please indulge us with this next tale.
This would be your favorite, wouldn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Well, Susan,
Mm,
have I ever told you about my childhood?
let me roll really quick. Oh, that's a weird result. Um, hmm. Have you? In this case, I'll ask Monichi. Have you?
I think it's possible.
Maybe.
Because
I think you have, in very brief terms, and that's Susan's sort of like, I've heard a little bit. Yeah, we've talked a bit about it in the past, but is there something? If you want to, he kind of stops, and he gives you a smile. Please tell the story.
well, it almost feels like it's not even mine anymore. It was so long ago. I grew up in Mushin. I don't know who my parents were. I was raised by the monks there.
And as you start to speak, your brain drifts back. A time without scarves to hold on to during times of stories. You drift to an era, honestly, centuries ago. A time olden of a Mitsudai that is gone by this point. You remember an era where you were but a child. Let me put us over there. And let me ask, is everyone good to keep going? Or do you want to call a break first? Okay,
Yeah, we're
good. All right. So, Mujo, you sit within a temple, sitting in a cushion, politely, comfortably, outside of the village of Mushin, within the forest of gods. You sit there, staring forward, with questions on your mind. Questions such as, how long? How long must I sit here? How long must I wait? When are they going to come back? And when am I allowed to leave? When are they going to when are they gonna let me walk around a bit in town again? A lot of weird questions sort of resounding in your skull, which sort of seem to drown out in a moment as someone seems to approach their way up. Another worshipper, someone stepping their way across, making their way to the temple. They move up. You hear a depositing of a coin in a box in front, and someone going to their knees, releasing out a prayer. Oh, great Mujo, please, clear the clouds in my mind. Tell me. I wish to know the future for myself. Will the elements of my family ever leave? Will I, in the future, be able to see the end of sickness within my line?
She stands a little closer to the divider.
Sickness follows everywhere. You will get rid of it if you follow the doctor's orders.
She's scratching her head behind the divider. This is one she's still not really sure how to address.
Yeah, it's a bit of a weird thing to try to deal with and manage. So as you think about it in your head, you really, all you can do is you try to revert back to what was said previously. And really quick, why don't you make me? Oh, well, first off, let me do something first. Something important to do, probably. There you go. Roll a die for me really quick. All right. Well, you can't use that one, I don't think. So in this case, that's gonna be your blue. Let me swap you over. Image set works now, but so with that, you now can make a roll for me. Roll to do to see if you can assuage this man's problems.
Okay.
Oh, oh, that's disgusting. I hate that. That's the worst natural 20 I've ever seen. That's putrid.
Yeah.
You
That
speak out
hurts.
loud these words as a man eagerly across. Oh, great Mucho, thank you so much. You're telling me it'll all be all right. Bless you, bless you. You hear a depositing of multiple coins into the offering box. A veritude of wealth being left in the box before you. I had always thought that doctor would be more than acceptable. Thank you. To hear even the heavens agree with me. I will return a future time. Please, oh great Mujo. He kind of, he sort of, bows his head down.
Wait, before you go, spend
Yes?
more time with your family.
Of course, yes. Absolutely, I will. He sits back up, sort of moving down the stairs, having received the last bit of information he needs to understand. The doctor's words were promising, but said it would be up to chance. Fate would decide what happened to this man's family. And so, now he left knowing fate was on his side. As you sit behind those screens, your hands tremble ever so silently. Someone seems to step up.
She
Moving
mumbles
over.
something to herself after that.
This is the height of living, as they say, isn't it?
It is certainly a task that seems to come. It comes easy enough to say the words, and it seems like they all believe it. Another one steps up to offering. And the story would continue like that for a long, long time as you began to move across. And really quick, let's roll some fatigue really fast.
Fuck yeah.
Let's do it.
What's the bonus on it? Just +1?
Just
Okay.
one, yeah.
Oh, Kokatun's dying.
Yes. Oof. As you both stumble across this path, moving across these vague memories, there was a future point in this, a bridging gap, as the life of the god Aruru Mujo, perhaps not even known as that at the time, simply the shifting clouds of this mysterious child goddess. A small gathering had formed over the years. In the village of Mushin, one dedicated to the worship of all gods that exist in the world. They similarly were always open to new gods entering the pantheon. A discovery of one figure that was truly holy was always debated, but when discovered, were instituted the best they could. The warrior monks of Mushin fought bravely to repel Raoji, holding that ground and making a bastion of defense for all faiths of the world within their tiny little confines. This place was a prison for those in this land who sought to improve themselves. Those mortals could see gods in everything, gods in a child. Though, in this way, it wasn't the case that those who truly pushed you believed it themselves. Many who talked to you saw you as a kid, even if you were a god. Perhaps you never were sure. They might have seen you as a god, maybe just as a child that they were peddling up front. Either way, they treated you with respect, but many simply sought to become new leaders of religious groups, to cement and rise up in the society of Mushin. And over time, there was one more figure who saw through the guise. One other who knew of you. Someone seemed to stumble up, an offer coming later in the night as, let me see, someone moves on up, standing at the stairs. Excuse me, is someone here?
Yes.
A woman speaks out. Oh, please, you must help me. May I come in?
Of course.
Thank you. Steps up. Something about that caught you off. There's something strange about the way that was said, until you hear footsteps move up a stairway, stepping on the wood, and you noticed a shifting of the shadow in front of you, as a form almost seems to shift its way in front of you in this moment and sort of manifest, becoming something in front, a strange entity that is not shaped like the small, fragile being that first stepped up to greet you. This is not a normal person. You've invited something else into your home.
Oh, great Mujo. The land burns and the people suffer. What can we possibly do to solve this?
Who are you?
Hmm? And almost silence shifts through the room. Oh, I thought that the knower of clouds and reader of skies should be able to determine a simple passerby.
You
Don't
don't
you
seem
know
very
this?
simple.
Don't you know the stories of all of your followers? Float, float, float.
I've never heard of you before.
That's a shame. And suddenly, billowing from all sides, this figure shifts and reappears behind you, moving through the room like smoke. A gigantic miasma resting on the far side of the room. I was so curious what the new god around these parts was, but it turns out it's nothing more than a child.
At least somebody thinks so.
Oh, you seem to be relatively aware of your situation. This figure crosses her legs and like looks across, sort of like resting one arm above the other. So, tell me, how does it feel to play a deity?
They tell me that this is the best you can get out of life. I feel restricted.
Oh, awfully forthcoming then. Folds hands and leans in. I was so ready to rip down whatever conceptions you had about the real world, but you're already this far, huh? She strokes her chin. A cruel laugh resonating through the darkness.
You didn't answer my question. Who are you?
My name is Kokuten, or it will be soon. This figure says something odd, moving around the room. I was given a rare chance to come out and investigate an incident. And here I find a child playing God held up by a cult of followers who simply want to exploit a false deity. Despicable, deplorable. For a moment, I was hoping you'd be a core spirit, but you walk, you talk, you speak. Frustrating. What a problem.
I didn't ask for this.
Of course not. How could you? No, you don't. A child does not simply rise to a position of prophecy by their own will. I think most mortal children would be thrilled to sit atop the world and be able to command those with the power of a god. But you're different. She leans in close. I have a question. A while ago, you advised a family that if they followed the advice of a doctor, they would, I don't know, heal up, benefit, gain, return back to the mortal world.
Was the most logical thing to do in a situation of sickness.
Of course, the most logical thing. She sits down. Unfortunately, when you step into the world of gods, you're not operating by logical standards very much anymore. She looks across. That family was unfortunately one of the very few that crossed the peacock goddess and lived to tell the tale. What followed them is a curse nastier than any of... Stops. Holds her tongue for a second. That curse is worse than those cast by the dread goddess Kokuten. Far more significant than any cast in the last 300 years. She almost seems to pirouette around her words, carefully choosing them. Her language is very important in this case, and she leans in. Sickness that'll never vanish. It's an insidious thing. Advising doctorial advice, that's normal mortal wisdom. But that person truly did need the intervention of a god if they wanted to live a happy, normal life.
She drops to her knees. Not able to stand, thinking about what happened there.
Hey.
How could I have known?
Do you think the priests know that you're a fake?
Yeah, I listen to them sometimes. They don't know I'm there.
Well, it won't be a while before I'm truly and fully Kokuten. This figure shifts around, but I still think I can cast and craft a curse just the same. She turns around and points at you, and you feel your entire body pulse once as a wicked blight is cast over you. Well, I'm curious what you'd do with something like this. Consider this a gift from one helpless creature to another. You feel something shift and change within your body. Now, anyone who... I suppose I'm matching word to action. Anyone who insists you are a god must treat you as such. Similarly, the reverse would also be true. Her face gets deathly serious. If they're a normal mortal, and you insist that you're a god to them, they'll believe you. You want to live on with this farce? Please, continue. I pity you enough to allow you this life of... She looks around. Pathetic luxury. But the reverse is also true. Holds up a second finger. You tell everyone you're mortal, they won't have a choice but to believe you. A true god commanded it. Grin splits open.
What exists out there?
She takes a step backwards. To tell you the truth, I don't rightly know yet. I haven't had a chance to explore this world myself. So, I guess, she turns around and looks at you. You're going to have to find out for yourself if you really want to know.
Do you think it's better than this?
She looks around the room. This deplorable house built to celebrate a child who doesn't even wish to be here. Anything would be better than this.
I don't want to be here anymore.
I have
It
to
was a-
ask. Oh, you go.
It was a declaration you shoved out to the world. Something that you said ever so clearly and loudly out loud to this figure. And a conclusion that you had set. Something you would do. You can go, Jay, for a final note if you have one.
Who told you again that this was the height of all life had to offer you?
The monks.
Sweeps around. That sounds an awful lot like someone making a decision for you. To tell you the truth, I don't fully know what you are, but you should have the right to decide. Are you immortal? Will you live, dance, thrive, and greedily devour this world as mortals do? Or will you exist in the shadows of contempt like gods, beholden, terrified, yet supreme over mortality? It's ultimately your decision. If someone's decided that you are a god, they truly do not understand how heavy that crown weighs. She pats you on the head. So, mortal, godling, I'm curious. You have a life of your own. What will you make of it?
I don't know. I would like to find out, though.
She grins again and starts to move off in this direction. Well, if and when you find out, if you happen to have gathered another cult of misery for yourself, when I have the right to wear the mask, I'll smash it to pieces, okay? Big grin, and starts to walk off in this direction, vanishing the second she crosses the threshold.
And as that happens, Iruru, you are left with thoughts in your head about how to proceed. I want you both to figure out the last scene.
Oh.
My suggestion is probably the most natural thing. Iruru probably runs away, doesn't she?
Mhm.
What
But
note do
keep
you
in
leave
mind, yes, what note do you leave on?
When I think people come in to pray to her, and she tells them she's not a god.
Oh, hang on. Okay, hang on.
Yeah, we can do this.
We can do this. All right. So, let me just put you back for a second. As sitting down ever so clearly, days had passed, and Granny, you end up going into detail about a moment that was particularly terrifying or strong of a moment for you to do as a kid, but now you almost retell with some probably mentions of pride or perhaps relishing it ever so slightly. The emotions, we'll see how clear they are in a moment, as a large procession, a day where you had called upon and to summon many different followers, and all things considered, not too many, but with the main cast of monks assembled as well. Everyone was standing and waiting for your grand declaration, a prophecy to shatter every other prophecy, as you so said.
She speaks out to the people at the front. Is that it then?
And stepping over to the side, but not directly looking. Yes, this should be everyone. You've gathered quite a crowd. They'll be quite excited to hear.
I imagine they would be.
The man steps
She
back, having heard a different story about what you wish to speak of today.
she stands to the end here and actually pushes this closed.
They stop and they turn around and their eyes kind of go wide as the crowd looks. A aroused disruption of noise as everyone looks on. And it's like, it's her. She blesses us with her presence. They all sort of bow down low, and these two are like, he's kind of stepping to the side and speaking and kind of like doing a sort of gesture like, no, step back. It's not the time yet.
No, I believe it is.
She steps around.
They kind of step up a little bit as you stand in front of a bunch of different people.
I have an announcement.
Everyone continues bowing and waiting patiently to hear your words.
Before I continue, how old do you think I am?
People kind of turn up their head ever so slightly and turn up and look around a little bit, and they see, and they think about that for a bit. Our Lady is young, a young god, but equally as prestigious as others.
How many of you have children?
Some of them turn and speak. I do. I do as well.
How would you feel if your child didn't know about the world and was kept secluded?
Some of them kind of
wise.
Some of them kind of look back and forth, but you notice they don't quite seem to understand what you're getting at.
Mm-hmm.
I have a truth to tell you. I am not a god.
There's a silence that falls over with those words as everyone sort of looks back and forth. What do you mean? And another person steps up very close as they... We have spoken before. You're godling. You are not yet reaching your ascension.
No. No, I don't belong here. In fact, I think I'll be leaving.
What do you mean? The people kind of look up a bit confused as everyone sort of sees you standing there.
Not too long ago, I had a visit from one of real divinity. They told me the truth. And I don't wish to lie.
Everyone kind
This
of
is all
stops.
I've known. But I want to find where I really belong.
With those words spoken, I think I have an idea. They all sort of speak, and one kind of puts a hand on your shoulder and is like, come now, this is unnecessary. Let's talk. We can work something out. And as his hand touches you, it almost seems to shift ever so much as the hand that places on your shoulder almost sifts through. As Ruru, he notices in that moment a burst as the crowd reacts, almost shouting out and sort of stepping back as you disperse into a wave of a cloud, spilling out around your surroundings as the wind almost blows on cue and you find yourself slipping and flying away from the surroundings around you. Everyone stops and turns, and everyone's left breathless for a moment. And one person steps up and says, our goddess has left. Truly, such a form would be would be impossible for a human to bear. One person sort of steps up as they speak. My family, they're still sick. Are you to tell me all of it was a lie? And like a single pin falling, a single support tumbling down, your departure, it no longer matters whether or not you were a god or not. The distrodden, the cries of the people that would not speak up out of fear of perhaps disdaining your name, perhaps readjusting and trying to re-explain situations as their own faults, all at once suddenly are filled with an indignation towards a truth having been told. But for once, an inversion. The indignation and pressures that were put on you as a scapegoat, now that very scapegoat has changed, lying with the head priests in front. And as time slowly passes by, you switched away from that form, returning and beginning to flee once more, running with tiny footsteps off and across, as you began to flee the town of Mushin.
Perfect.
And with that, you end up transferring back really quick.
Yeah.
Let me put you back here. And let me put Suisen kind of smiles at that a little bit. Oh. Huh. That was an interesting first encounter.
Curse number 1, was it?
Huh?
Indeed it
Suisen kind of
was.
turns over. A curse? What part was a curse?
Oh, the very first one. Technically. This one shifts in, and then the voice changes again, once again flaring up. Oh, it was a curse because I added some supernatural compulsion to that. Ultimately, I thought that a curse of true punishment should befall in the child's wake. Those who perpetrated the crime should be absolutely put to the torch if that is what the people wronged by it so desired. There could be no more denial of divinity. There had to be an acceptance of humanity if that is what she so wished. Similarly, the legend of that god, Mujo the Great, eventually did fade in that village. It rained that it was all it was smoke and mirrors. Waves a hand inaffably. But without a nudge, perhaps from a divine source, you never know. The myth might have been canonized. It might have shifted into fairy tale and become something else. Best, if you want to accept a meager mortal existence, to accept a meager mortal end, correct?
Suisen kind of thinks about that. Suppose so, though. He kind of considers that, and he sort of looks and kind of checks back and looks at both of them and sees these two assembled in front, and his mind kind of wonders, with such a first encounter, what happened basically plays on his mind. He sort of looks across and he thinks a bit. Well, it was an interesting first meeting. He kind of turns over to Granny again. So, this town was a lot like that case then?
Oh, right, that's how it ties to the story. I've been trying to figure that out the entire time.
He kind of looks back and he's like, he's kind of, yeah, I think it's that. It's something along the lines of that. He kind of turns over.
Okay, that's clever. That's clever. You figured it out. I couldn't.
Oh.
Silence.
So he stops as both of you kind of take that moment, and eventually he's like, so yeah, what ended up happening? And
Well. Continue.
taking back. Now it's time to roll again for that town. Another roll. Now I'm going to update your sheet again. Go ahead and drop your current value and roll to die fresh for me.
And up your stats.
And up your. I'm doing that right now.
Oh.
So actually, give me another one. This time will be real. Yeah. And then just roll to beat this. 19. Beat a 19. Wow. Oh, Granny, you're actually doing good at this. It seems that these small little stories have kept you. They haven't kept you focused, but you seem to be getting into it now. You love talking about all this stuff, and it's nice to go down these memories as you continue to move across. And you remember, that's right. The town itself was, that town. It was something of an annoyance for you, actually. You and Hisashi were both wandering for a bit, and eventually you went to that town, a place that was eerily familiar in some regards to how things were often kept with you. A town of lies, upkept, although you didn't know it at the time, by those who wished to keep things in line. You and Hisashi wandered into the town. The streets were not particularly packed per se, but there were still a couple of people still roaming around on those lands, looking across and otherwise living their own provincial lives. Except as you entered, you looked across and there was someone you wanted to meet with. Someone who was coming across this request. As you stumbled across here. You moved along inside of a town as many different figures were essentially just. All of them seemed perhaps not frightened, but very focused. There was something that was on edge as you entered the town. And eventually you sort of acclimated to the strange energy that sort of permeated around this place. If you had to word it, it was like a fear. You, sitting around this spot, ended up wandering deeper inside with Hisashi. Ooh, this place is kind of creeping me out.
I get the feeling.
Stepping on into the town. Both of you wandered. And you saw a cart assembled ahead, but along with that, there was other people sort of waiting about. And Hisashi ended up stepping up to this one. Excuse me, where could we find the village head? Ooh, the village head. Hang on, I'll go fetch them. Are you here for the Are you here to purge the demon? Hisashi turns around and kind of gives you a what expression at Hiruru.
Purge the demon.
He steps back and lets you handle this.
What demon do you speak of?
It's destroying the countryside, eliminating sacred ground. It's something. We think the gods are angry with us. Here, no, I'll go. They kind of stumble off and run off this way. And with time, others sort of stay back and watch until, emerging back, the village elder returns with the person. Here they are, the ones spoken about. He approaches you and sort of stands. Oh, you've come from the request put in by the village, have you not?
Yeah.
Yes, there's he sort of there's something amiss. You are trained in exorcism, correct?
I'm trained in something. What is the issue here?
Well, the issue's quite simple. You see, he sort of readdresses at you and is just kind of like, there's a demon lying out. It has slayed the god of the mountain and has simply started rampaging, destroying everything. He kind
Okay.
of stops. It's tearing to pieces all within the lands. We who are not so virtuous in our worship of our God, not capable enough of relying too heavily on the protections, and not respecting enough the sanctity of those above. Our own sins have called a demon down upon ourselves, and now our village is held in its grasp. It has obliterated the mountainside, and now we're left panicking. Make a roll for me.
Okay.
Roll to do, I think, in this case. Oh! Oh!
You got this.
Something feels really off about all of this. It immediately starts to click because you're feeling about the people around you, the way this man's talking to you. It's registering strange feelings in your head. The willingness for others to flock and grab the village elder, the almost way everyone hangs on the words of him as he speaks. It just gives you an uncomfortable feeling. Perhaps it's a bit of paranoia registering in your head, but something feels, I guess, wrong about the way this is being worded, especially if it's a core spirit.
Mm.
After all, you understand that if it is a core spirit, if anything, the town's probably causing things to spill out themselves. But you decide you want to press a little bit more. There's something else here, and you need to ask more details about this core spirit.
Yes. You said it's residing in the mountainside?
Yes, it is.
Okay. How long has this been going on for?
Oh, it's been going on for at least a few months now, yes.
Few months.
Few months. You only reported it the last week.
I will conduct an investigation. Where can we set
Well,
up?
it's hard to particularly see the distance anymore, but he sort of points off in a direction, and you see a mountain range ahead, with one mountain that almost seems to have been... You gaze across at it. You see a mountain absolutely blasted to pieces with holes. Multiple inlaid blast marks upon it, but very, very clean. A very strange looking thing.
This is peculiar. Okay.
He kind of moves a course. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Please tell us whatever you find. He sort of nods his head and bows respectfully. And everyone, it'll all truly be okay now. We are in capable hands. Let us all relax. Bring ourselves down.
Oh, don't start promising things.
Hisashi kind of moves up, and he kind of puts a hand on your back and leans in a little bit. Maybe we should head out for now. At the very least, I think the core spirit will calm down if everyone else does just a bit.
You're right.
He kind of kind of looks at you in a way. Over here, come on. He taking his hand, he kind of guides you off this way. Come on. No, over here.
Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm. He sort of guides you off in this direction as he sort of oh, these people terrify me. Did you get anything? Are you feeling something?
The village elder, his words are strange. Also, this has been persisting for months. He only put in any kind of request last week. Normally, when things start to go wrong, you start asking immediately.
I suppose. They might have not known who to turn to at first, but he kind of thinks, oh, but you think about that. Huh. Hisashi kind of contemplates for a moment and sort of that is a little weird. Come to think about it, why'd they call you?
I don't know. Maybe
as
someone's been spreading my name around.
Well, yeah, but he kind of stops and he smiles. I mean, you gotta trust me. When I spread a name around, I do it accurately, you know? I make sure everyone knows that Iruru is the best core stabilizer in Mitsudai, the world, you know? He kind of
Kokuten once again makes a noise in the middle
Yeah.
of the story every
And,
single time.
yeah, Suisun kind of gives you a look when you do it this time, and stop it. And he kind of like moves over and he's like, "But that's just it. I'm telling everyone you're a core stabilizer. They're talking about demons and stuff, right?"
It's not uncommon for people to associate core spirit problems with demons.
Yeah, it's not uncommon, but I mean, he kind of looks over. He's just like, I mean, that dude freaks me out. It's obviously like totally not trustworthy, you know?
I agree. Don't know how to separate him from the other villagers, though.
Well, I suppose it's gonna come down to finding the thing, right?
Yeah, it's probably a case of convincing the villagers despite the village elder.
He kind of considers. Okay, I'll tell you what. I'll get some incense ready, and we can do a few rituals and stuff that'll make everyone feel like the problem's going away. And then after that, we can maybe try to sweep in and see what's happening with the core spirit. And I guess if there's any or more pushback from there, we'll know that it's a village elder, right?
I think you're really getting the hang of this.
He kind of smiles at you. It's like, well, I have the best teacher in the world, right? He keeps laying in on this point.
Okay, well, let's start to go through with that.
He kind of turns back. Yeah, let's do it. And with time passing, you eventually started moving around, talking to different villagers, and building up a case with time. Let's drift back. Suisun kind of seems to be in thought about this one as he sort of considers. That's an interesting situation. He kind of turns over to Kokuten.
Very bizarre.
Yeah. He sort of Kokuten, you pick up. He wants to ask something about the story, but you realize that he's not going to, and he's sort of like at the edge of his seat because he wants to go in order. He seems to be writing down whenever destruction story comes up, he writes down, and he stops when the other stories come up because they're already written about. And he seems to be like holding there and looking intently, but then he kind of stops a bit as he's like, so what happens next?
She leans over, looks at the journal.
Oh, Suisun, your handwriting is as beautiful as always.
He stops and smiles. Yeah, thank you. I've been practicing even more. Kokuten.
Yeah.
You lean over and you look, and again, yes, this is by far once more the most beautiful handwriting you've ever seen. Suisun stops. Machi also peeks over.
I've got to ask, did you teach him to write like that, or does he just do this?
Oh, absolutely not. Have you seen my journals?
No, I actually haven't. You keep journals?
Well, I would assume if you were traveling with Suisun for so long, you might have seen them.
Oh, that actually does sound familiar. You were quite tenacious and quite thorough with your archiving. I believe I told you to burn those things. That information doesn't belong in the hands of mortals.
So, you'd prefer they were not in the hands of Suisun?
Hold on. There's
gonna be a fight. There's a fight. There's a fight.
Girls are fighting.
It's a lame slap fight.
It's a lame slap fight.
I believe that information, especially when it comes. Your point has merit, I suppose. And I might be.
After all.
I might be snorting at you being the world's greatest core spirit stabilizer, but that's only because I have more recently met one better.
Suisen kind of turns around and is just like, "Hey, now."
Yeah, no, similarly, this one over here. Hey, silence.
The other is very confused in the corner.
He's just like, no one's better than Granny.
It's
kind of.
I must unfortunately admit that you are correct. In terms of core spirit stabilization, she is without peer. That much is certain.
Suisen kind of turns around and he looks at the blue one, and probably for the first time engaging with this one like this, he turns. You know, if you keep digging around for a way to turn the compliment around, the compliment just gets longer.
I only endeavor to speak accurately. Iruru deserves credit occasionally for her exploits, especially as it regards to core spirits. Her journals are dangerous not because she's incompetent.
He stops.
This is the strangest day I've ever had.
You say that, and
it seems that we are in agreement on this one, fledgling.
Fledgling.
Suisen's like, well, I think I'm going to grab some tea really quick while we've reached a nice breaking point. One moment. He's going to grab 2 of the tea, and we're going to restore some health.
Yeah. Kokuten and Suisen are dying.
Yeah. Suisen restores 8 health.
Okay.
What do you restore, Kokuten?
It'd be... She'd just get the 1d6 plus... Or she'd just get 1d6. 2! Yeah, Kokuten's dying. It's fine.
Good luck, Kokuten. You're fine. So, Suisen, eventually kind of coming back, places down 2 cups of tea. Let me find the map. There we go. He kind of walks back, having made up a batch for himself this time. He places 3 cups on the table, takes a sip of himself, and then picks up Machi and puts Machi in his coat.
Machi was purposefully sitting in Suisen's spot, hoping to also get some tea, but is happy to be warm.
Yes. You return to your side little position, standing with Suisen, and then eventually he sits down, takes some tea. Well then.
Right. Where were we?
Oh, where were we? I believe we were... let me think. You just left the town after doing a bit of our core stabilizer magic. He says magic and then just kind of like puts some quotations behind it.
Yes,
and then,
that.
And next up, yeah, what happened next? He kind of looks excitedly at you as you remember passing this point. Taking some fatigue, I'll pass that your way. You take 6 damage of fatigue, which that'll put you at... you healed after the last one because it brought you back and made you happy. So that's going to put you at 19 health.
Okay.
And Suisen's back up to 38. Kokuten's at...
23. Yeah.
Seems one is more used to story time with Granny than the other.
Yeah, one is dying a little bit.
Yes. So, with that in mind, you continue on. A story once more. You find yourself... you're coming face to face with it again. There's another challenge ahead. This one, the path ahead, and making your way forward. Another impasse moment. You remember going forward, and there's something or other you can swear you recall about. What was it? It was something to do with. Was it the smoke? No, it was. Wait, why are you remembering this? You see the path ahead on the path of destruction. And then your memories also drift to times not too long ago. There are 2 paths ahead. Aruru, what do you want to do here? There's a path ahead that brings you deeper into the forest and destruction. And then there's another path that sort of guides you away at the side. Oh.
Your brain starts to get a little distracted about this one, and suddenly someone's ears perk up at this. Hey, Granny. It's weird. Kogaton says Granny, and it's immediately off-putting.
Everyone stops. Suisen kind of looks at her like wow, okay.
Hey, Granny, do you have any more contemporary stories?
How do you mean?
Like more recently, like ever since you started taking care of Suisen, maybe?
Oh, Suisen stops and he's just like,
Well,
"Oh,
what does
why
that
would-"
have? Well, what would that have to do with the core spirit of destruction?
I'm sure you'll find a way to tie it back. Just curious.
You don't have to. Granny. Granny.
You
This
enjoy
time-
story time.
Yeah, it's been great so far. Kogaton looks at her half-depleted health bar.
He kind of looks. Damn it. No. This time, Iruru, you take a little detour down a path that has nothing to do with anything. But all the same, is something that many want to hear about. Let us listen closely to a tale you tell about a more modern tale, one that brings you joy. Let's talk about the first thing you ever taught Suisen about core spirits. And with that, before we do that one, I'm going to call one more break.
Yeah. Let's break.
Yeah.
When we come
Be right
back,
real quick.
yeah. Oh, God.
What's up, chat?
What a
What's
trip.
up? I should chat. Oh.
There's an icon coming up where yesterday I remember I had just woken up. I joined a VC and I immediately went, I feel like drawing something. I need to draw the icon. I did it last night and fell back asleep.
You did it.
I did it.
You did it.
I did it. I did it within a reasonable time.
Oh man, this is one. Oh boy. Let me just grab these two and put them down. God, I should probably get some water and walk around a bit too, but let me see. Loving this. Yep. Granny is very powerful. Love Machi. Machi is great. I love Aruru and Kokuten and other Kokuten and the Sussy.
And Kokuten and Sus and Kokuten.
And Kokuten.
She will hold you all around the table for tea time for 2 days.
Oh.
Yes, that village you were supposed to save. Say goodbye to it. It's story time.
We said never
Oh.
visits, I must.
God.
Moral of the story: Mitsudain tea time results in disaster.
Mhm. Yeah.
Excuse me really quick. I'm
Yeah.
gonna be right back.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's fine. Christian's gone, but I'm here. Do you know what time of the year it is?
I don't know. What time of the year is it?
Did you know it's September?
My
Yeah,
goodness.
September. On Twitch, this whole month of September, subs are cheaper, and the content creators you support still get the same amount of money. So, there was no better time to support great shows like this by subbing on Twitch than right now. Gift subs included. There's been a lot of people in chat subbing and giving a lot of gift subs. It's been really great. So thank you for the support.
Thank you all for all the subs. Yeah.
Yeah, I just wanted to. I remembered when I was in the restroom. I was like, oh yeah, it's fucking. I was like, there was a lot of support today, and I was like, wait, it's September. Yeah, I think it like subscribing is only like $3.99. So.
And if you have Prime, it's the same as one.
Oh yeah, Twitch, Prime Gaming. It's not Twitch Prime anymore. It's Prime Gaming.
Prime Twitch Gaming.
Yeah, they changed. Like I always say this a lot, but it's just like it's
Prime Twitch Prime Gaming.
Twitch Prime Gaming,
I'm
Gaming Prime.
back.
So, did you know you can get a free sub every month from Amazon directly into our pockets?
What?
If you have Amazon Prime.
Oh shit.
Oh shit. I was meaning to sub with my Prime, but before I could, someone gifted me a sub.
I see.
Oh fuck. Yeah, thank you for the subs, people.
Oh, thank you for the subs.
Thank you for the subs. Oh yeah, it's September.
Yeah, that's I already said it. Yeah. I already got it, Jay. I already got it, bro.
Sub. Thanks.
Sub.
We appreciate it.
Sub.
A lot.
God, I wish I had a sub right now. Like a meatball variety.
Like a meatball sandwich of some variety. Yeah, no,
Yeah.
I feel that.
I recently delved back into the realm of sandwich consumption.
Nice.
God, I missed it.
Yeah.
So tasty.
So tasty. Yeah. Is there music
Help
playing?
pay for Aloha's subs by subbing today.
I don't get the money. Christian gets the money, but help Christian get
It
money.
funnels.
So if people pay me for maps, so if you support them, it's kind of supporting me sometimes.
I'm back.
Pay them.
Welcome
pay me.
back.
Yeah.
I just
Hello.
returned.
Oh shit.
Welcome back.
Yeah.
Welcome back.
It's kind of cringe.
I'm glad everyone's been having fun so far. I have too. It's been nice.
Yeah, I really like this one. Yeah, I really like this one.
Yeah.
Dang, yeah. Okay. How's everyone feeling about starting up? Everyone get their breaks and all that
Yeah.
stuff?
Yeah.
Excellent. All right.
Remember to hydrate.
Yes, remember to hydrate. I've gone through 2 gigantic cups of water so far. Oh. Oh boy. You ready? You ready?
Yay.
Okay, everyone. So, Iruru,
Yes.
as a course stabilizer, you remember the many tales of hunting spirits and all sorts of things like that. But today, it's not about a tale of hunting, nor is it a tale of freeing villages, but instead it's about instilling knowledge. A boy in your care. Someone who always used to stick within himself for the most part. Someone who never quite opened up so freely, but also someone who found themselves over time trusting you in a similar way you used to trust someone else. And in return, that trust ended up going both ways. You remember it pretty clearly. It was a fresh morning, one that was almost like Well, you could say it would have been something like, gosh, fresh into autumn, a nice cool breeze blowing around the outside, and you were standing with your companion preparing some snacks and tea. Both of you over here. Oh, wait. First, did I ping correctly? Let me see. Yeah, I think I did. Bang!
I'm right here.
There we go. A bunch of food assembled in front. Mochi, what are you making? Machi.
Ah, ah. There's a variety of vegetables here, many of which could be sliced by way of blade, perhaps. This entity known as Machi seems to have a appreciation for wielding whatever blade they can get their stubby doll hands upon. They're not particularly good at it, but damn if they don't put their heart into it. And God, all of those carrot slices sure are different sizes, but it's okay. They're trying. That's all that matters.
I've never seen you use that technique before.
Pride. Practice paying off.
She pats Machi's head. You've been working hard.
Machi levels up.
Machi, you feel invigorated as you continue to prepare food for not just this one, who would rather just prefer to drink liquids in order to sustain themselves, but for instead, the other one, the prodigal son.
A growing boy needs his veggies. It's important.
You go fiercely back into creation as Iruru, you know it's time to call for him.
I might as well go get him to be ready. She
Goes over to the door.
So he said,
What? What is
"Are you
it?
hungry?"
Yes.
Well, we're preparing some food.
The sliding door pops open ever so slowly as someone looks directly across at you.
Please cut back to the present.
Okay. Okay. In that moment, immediately, that's actually very easy to do right now.
Yeah, it's right here. It's right here.
As almost immediately, Granny, hang on, I can just move her right here. Granny, you say this, and you see across the table, you look and see the dual reactions immediately in front.
Machi has drawn a picture of the prodigal son.
Incredible. You
So-
still had the bow in your hair back then, huh?
What?
Huh?
He stops.
He was so cute with the little bow in his hair.
He's just silent.
Nods.
You know, that was all Machi.
Huh?
Nods.
That's
Machi's idea.
that's cool. Good story. Keep going.
And immediately almost transferring back, resetting us back over here. He's kind of standing up. And he seems a little nervous about something as he sort of stands there and looks. Am I gonna have to work after this?
No. Why would you have to?
Because you said I had to do some new stuff today, right? What
Well, it
was...
doesn't mean work.
Usually means work.
Well, I think you just need some new experiences.
He kind of looks up curiously. Like what?
Well,
We have quite a garden in the back. Have you taken a walk through that?
He kind of thinks, no.
Tried sketching some trees or some of the sites.
I could give it a try. Suddenly emerging back, the door slowly pops open, and then seeing, I think the way I view it, a lot of the doors, when privacy is not demanded, are left slightly ajar so that Amachi can fit through. And
Yes.
so
Yeah.
Amachi fits through, and then kind of holds a plate, a tiny, tiny little saucer that Suisen looks down on, and there's some cut up snacks in it. He's like, thanks, Machi. He takes them and then kind of takes a bite or two. Do we get to learn about stuff today?
Would you like to?
He kind of thinks. Well, if it's not work, then maybe, yeah. Is it a story or? He kind of looks up.
She smiles. It's not work.
Okay. He kind of stumbles behind and walks up to you. What is it?
Well, we have the world before us, don't we?
He kind of steps up and looks out. Okay, yeah.
Let's see. Come take a seat with me.
He nods his head, kind of steps on past, and then takes a seat on the green pillow. And then sort of looks across. He sees the trees in bloom, flowers kind of shifting off of them. He kind of turns his head over to Ruru and stops a bit. And he starts kicking his feet around a little bit, starting to get a little anxious.
What do you see?
I see a tree, water, lily pads, water sausage, he kind of stops and he keeps looking around for things to see. Flowers.
What
Stones.
does that?
Huh?
What does that make you want to do?
He kind of stops. Jump in the river.
Do it.
He kind of stops and looks. Okay. He kind of gets up and immediately just
not gonna let
hops
your-
down.
You're not gonna let an old woman beat you there, are you?
Oh, no. He starts running and then he hops on over and then splashes into the water.
How does
He-
that feel?
Pulls his head up and he kind of looks. It's a little cold.
It is a little cold, isn't it? Good thing we've got some hot food coming out.
He kind of looks around. So it's cold. Okay, I don't want to do this anymore. He kind of floats out, then it stands up, and he pulls up the coat he threw off as he was running and pulls it back over. Okay, so I did that. I would like to play balls with the specific one, the one with the there's the one that you taught me with you hit it with the paddle. You hit the ball with the paddle and then it bounces off the table.
Ah, yes, we can do that. First, I think we should dry off. We wouldn't want you catching a cold.
Okay. He kind of stops and thinks a little bit about that as he sort of looks across. Kind of pulls at your sleeve a little bit. Iruru?
Yes.
He kind of looks around a little bit. Is there he kind of contemplates. He wants to ask a question. Have you ever met a course spirit that can talk?
Maybe not human words, but I understand what a good portion of them are saying.
He kind of thinks about that a little bit. It'd be really cool if a course spirit could talk.
Indeed, it would.
He
What
kind
do you
of
think it would say?
he kind of like thinks about that a little bit. Well, I wouldn't know until they talk to me.
That's a
I
fair
don't know
point.
what anyone says until they say something. He kind of thinks maybe they talk about jumping into rivers too, and also playing the ball game and stuff.
I think that would be nice.
He kind of thinks about that. I think when course spirits have talked to me, I think the only one that's talked to me is Sad.
You've had a course spirit talk to you.
He kind of, I think so, but it didn't say words, so I don't know what I'm supposed to say. It's an experience that you think you can reflect on, and him sharing actually draws you back to a note to share about with Suisen. Him saying that, you complete that in your head and you realize you think he's listening now. You think he's starting to hear just a little bit. He's starting to feel or maybe see or feel the emotions in the air with a core spirit. Or perhaps feeling how he connects to a core spirit. Feeling that link. It's sensible. There are a lot of core spirits inside of the house. You wonder if he's been able to see any of them. And after sort of prepping him up and making him kind of open up a little bit, you think maybe it's time to take him inside and maybe talk a little bit about that.
Yes, that might be the best. Well, let's go dry off and get some food.
He
And I
sort of
promise
steps
you,
up.
we don't have work. But I would like to talk.
Okay, sure. He kind of steps up with you as both of you start to head on inside. And moving up the stairs, he moves in the door. And once he's inside, he kind of looks around and then moves over and takes a seat. And just waits patiently for you to return.
Okay. Sorry to leave you alone, Machi.
You left Machi alone for what seems like but a moment. He's mastered the carrot cutting technique we're on and has applied it to literally every single vegetable he could. The lettuce is in cubes. You don't really know how that's possible.
That's impressive work, Machi.
Nods.
Pats Machi's head.
Validation.
Perfect.
I'm going to bring the food out now.
Nods. His tiny arms cannot carry it.
She brings out the food, a look of shock still on her face.
You bring out the food and sit on down. And as you do that, Susan kind of looks across. What? Woo! He sees the food and starts looking over and grabs at it a little bit. Why is this in squares? He kind of looks at it and then puts it in his mouth and chews it. Good job, Machi.
Pride immediately restored.
Machi is the
stops.
mastermind at cooking.
Yes.
And looking across, Susan kind of checks with you for a moment. Core spirits. How are you going to tell this kid? He already has more knowledge than other children would probably have about them. But it's time, Granny. It's time to teach him a little bit more.
So, I know you've had some experience with core spirits already.
Kind of nods his head slowly.
You know that core spirits exist all over Mitsutai, correct?
He nods his head again.
What do you think a core spirit is?
He kind of struggles with that note just a little bit as he tries to think about it. Is there a right answer? He
I
asks
want to
very
know.
genuinely.
I want to know what you think.
Okay. He sort of stops and let's roll a Suisen roll. He kind of thinks, well, they're ghosts that talk to me and listen to me.
Sorry, I didn't mean to laugh.
He kind of stops, and you notice after you chuckled for a second, he made the face. You said there are no wrong answers.
It was an adorable answer. Well, they're not so much ghosts as living entities that coexist with us. They're not so much good or bad. They're just existences. Any core stabilizer will tell you that they have no will and only act upon the will of other mortals. I don't entirely believe that.
He sort of stops and looks. He kind of considers just a little bit as so they're not ghosts, they're people? Or no, they're are they like he kind of seems caught up in what exactly a core spirit is practically. You can tell it's nothing he
Granny.
really thought about prior to this. He only acknowledged them as things and ghosts in some way and left it at that.
Granny kind of slumps a little in her spot.
I don't give much thought to classifications between people and entities and gods in general. I think we try to put things in boxes so often that we're not really seeing the big picture here.
He sort of considers that a little bit and thinks about it. So, put in boxes?
We try to classify things for our own understanding, but even at my age, my understanding is that I don't really understand much. What I do understand, though, is that core spirits deserve to live in peace, and that we should be able, that as a stabilizer myself, I should be able to grant that to them.
His eyes are kind of looking at you like that as he eats snacks and sits at the chair. And with time, he kind of considers that a little bit as well, and is just like, okay, all right. He kind of just nods his head a little bit.
Suisen,
Yes.
do you know why it's warm under this blanket?
Because it's their blanket.
Is the blanket in your room this warm?
No.
There's
He
a
kind
core
of-
spirit that likes to hang out under here.
Huh? He kind of stops and peeks under the table and kind of takes a look. And back in the actual story, Kokuten,
Yeah.
you do you want to take a look?
Yeah, no, she's immediately looking.
She immediately peeks.
She drops down to all fours and just head under table.
Yeah. You and Flashback Suisen both peek and try to look at the exact same time. And both of you see a very similar kind of image. A very just at peace floating core spirit that almost seems to become aware as you see it, but otherwise was so silent and so unacted upon that it almost seemed to have blended in with the very environment around it. A core spirit that simply radiates heat out, but in such a small degree. Over time, over centuries, it has stayed here and warmed the place. Suisen kind of pokes up. Whoa. So core spirits are like they're ghosts, but they're he kind of stops. He kind of scrunches up his eyes a bit. They make okay, so core spirit can make things warm too. Okay. He kind of cycles that away with some of the knowledge he's learned from you talking about core spirits. And this one wanted to make things warm?
It did. I've offered to give it some time in other places, and it just seems to really like this spot.
He kind of nods his head a little bit. I mean, I like the spot too.
I think anyone who hangs around this spot in general feels the same. That might be why it enjoys it as much as it does.
He kind of nods his head a little bit. And then after a bit, he sort of grabs some food again and kind of looks around a little bit. You notice he's getting a little restless again. Hey, Machi. He kind of leans over to the side and kind of crawls on the ground and then looks at Machi. Machi, he kind of like looks at you directly, leaning down low for a bit, and then he's kind of
Proper speaking distance.
yes, of course. He says, "Hey, Machi, you know of any other core spirits in the house?"
Slow turn to Iruru.
Did you want
Nods.
Do you know if there's one that makes things bounce?
Is there?
Oh, probably not.
Yeah, Granny.
I don't think so.
He kind of stops and looks over to the side. Some sort of plan is now foiled in his brain.
What were you?
What kind of
what were
core
you thinking?
spirits are here? Oh, nothing. What kind of core spirits are here? Machi, can you show me all the core spirits?
Gets up real close. Puts both hands on edge of Babysin's face.
What?
You feel challenged, Suisen.
He
Do
doesn't
you
admit
have
it
what
like
it
that.
takes? You
He,
look into the adorable beady eyes and get none of this.
yeah, he looks. Okay, Hey, Granny. He picks up Machi. Machi's gonna show me some stuff. Let's talk more later. He kind of runs off immediately, getting it like going off in
Yes,
this
the
way.
warrior spirit, the enthusiasm, perfect.
He goes and shoves Machi against cabinets and stuff. Is there a core spirit in here, Machi?
Shake said no.
Okay.
no
He kind of runs around this side. How about in here?
Shake said yes.
He looks and he starts peeking into the cabinets and stuff, and he sees, oh, right, they're in boxes. He grabs a box off the shelf, puts it down, and starts opening it up and looking around. And he's making a mess of things, Aruru. You're not quite sure how much of that he even heard, but it
Are you
seems
having
happy
fun?
enough. Yes, you can tell looking at him that he does indeed seem to be having a lot of fun.
Well, we can always clean up a mess.
You watch as Suisen runs around, applies Machi to different objects, and keeps asking about different core spirits, running around and almost being captured by the thrill of adventure of new entities that he thought he understood, but actually didn't in the end.
He'll grow into a brave warrior.
Iruru mutters to herself, well, he's not going to like the work that comes after.
Probably not. Sitting back.
Or the fact that one of them got into the vases and Machi hasn't told Iruru yet.
Let me just grab reset everyone over here as hang on. Let me just put the ones back really quick. Here's a Kokuten. Here's a Suisen. You both sit there for a moment, and Suisen's just got this sort of like expression on his face where he's like, yeah, I didn't. I'm sorry, I still thought they were ghosts.
You were a child.
I didn't understand. It's fine. Yeah.
Then
just-
continues to drink her tea with just the slightest smile.
He kind of sips his tea, kind of looking away just ever so silently. There's another part of the story about, and Suisen suddenly, very quickly, thank you. Granny?
For
He
what?
kind of looks across. Would it be all right if we kept talking about the destruction story really quick?
Huh?
Can we get back on that one?
What was that? Why stopping there, huh?
No reason. I just thought it'd be.
No reason.
Yeah.
You know it's quite impolite to lie to a goddess.
I think it's quite. We have to keep going. I don't know. There's no. We could talk about these for a while, and then I'd just be here and.
Hey,
stop.
Suisen.
Yeah.
Hey, Suisen, roll to do versus Kokuten.
All right. Let's see. Oh.
Listen, I'm sure we will be here for a while. But unlike she was about to say, but unlike you, this story is I seem to be enjoying this story a lot. And she stops that and just goes, but I of course have the stamina for this as a great goddess, the one with the lowest HP.
Suisen's going to take a little bit of extra damage from this one. He takes 10.
Yeah, that makes sense.
You restore HP, Coca, and restore 1d6 plus 1 HP.
Yeah, that makes sense. I'll take my 4 HP back.
Even
And
the
as
other
a-
Kokutens are enjoying this. Worming.
And as a reminder for myself, was the stuff that Granny could use during travel that was just for her?
No, that's for everyone.
Okay, yeah. Then she will bring out some more tea.
Thank you, Granny. Suisen just slurps down tea in this moment. Just that helps. He begins to slurp down the tea as he sort of just sits there and accepts this baby picture equivalent moment.
She's
And-
watching you.
Of course. Going back really quick, you ended up moving further along down the memories, and you remembered one thing that sort of popped out to you. There is one other story to share. It comes onto your mind. A story that begins with an accident. As eventually, sort of existing within that sphere, more time ended up passing. And Granny, at your house, there is a incident. One that you think is one to maybe bring up. One that comes onto your mind. You sort of just start talking about it without really thinking too much about, considerations beyond that point. You talk about a story that kind of resonates in your head. One that seems to pull you forward. Here. It doesn't start with you, however. One day, sitting inside of his room, you hear it. Sitting in his room, crowded up amongst a bunch of pillows. It's a darker night. Things are well lit, but all the same, there's another aspect to this night. And you think you can remember what was going on. A stormy, dark night, loud, rampaging through. One that was bringing a reminiscence to the child, sitting amongst a bunch of pillows down there, pulling a blanket over him. He is terrified. Sitting amongst that room, a room spacious, but also, unfortunately, not lit too well in the night. Despite his best efforts, he was waiting there. Hours had seemed to pass, though he couldn't comprehend those hours as being what they were. Instead, they felt like an arduous, intense stretch of time for himself. He stops and gets up, sort of holding the blanket close, looking around. Granny! Granny! He stands up, puts the blanket to the side, and looks around. Stepping up, he moves across, kind of steps around and moves. He presses out from the door and begins to move. Stepping through the kitchen, he walks to a door in the back. A door he was told not to open at any point. His hand presses to that door. And really quick, let me make a roll. Not for this Suisen, though. Okay. There's a slight interruption. It kind of snaps you back again for a moment, Granny. You realize you were talking and speaking, just saying what came to mind, not really thinking too much heavily about it. Suisen sort of stops, a teacup sort of putting on the table again. He seems to stop for a moment and kind of... Excuse me. I'm going to be right back. Keep talking about it. It's fine. I'm just going to... He gets up a little bit and steps over to the side and moves on outside for a moment, closing the door behind him.
Kokuton sort of sees Suisen go and then turns back around. That's where you keep the core spirits, isn't it?
Not quite.
Yeah.
Granny. The story continues to play out ever so suddenly. a door creaking open. A boy running through, held by fear in one hand, but in a way, bravery in another. Taking steps forward, he steps beyond the door. A brave heart letting him take steps even deeper into the dark, but fear being the motivator to run from the rain. He puts his hands there, holds tightly, and shifts ever so subtly, walking down the stairs. As he goes, he finds the rain itself almost seems to quiet ever so slightly. As the young Suisen begins to stumble down a stairway, there's something different about it, though. As he stepped through, a thickness of incense almost floating beyond the door, but quickly closed again. He stepped through and moved downstairs, and what he saw was confusing to him. He saw something floating around there, something almost manifesting around with the energy. And let me just drop something really quick. Within that very basement, a small little alcove of safety for you, Ururu, Suisen stumbled in and almost let loose a last bastion of defense for yourself. A confused child moving on through. He saw clouds floating around. He looked about, confused, scared at a floating assembly of mist and otherwise, as he turned back and saw this, and he was confused. All of this, these swirling clouds were like storm clouds in the dark. Turning around, he called out, "Granny!" And with that, unawareness sort of shocked you as this formed the clouds. You woke up. This dismissed form shifting around. You noticed a varying degree of multiple strangers almost seeing to flicker out of the mist, the clouds, forming like mirages, dreams, memories. All of these things snap back as the storm starts to pick up severely, and as this happens, a torrent starts to pour, and seeing all this occur... Alright, let's just roll a thing really quick. Okay, let's see if how Suisen does. Let's see. Okay, he calls out again, stepping back a little bit, but calling out for your name, trying to reach for you in some capacity. And how do you respond to Uru? You're shocked. You're awoken. What do you do?
Her form snaps together, immediately starting to understand what was happening. It only felt like a matter of time. He is a child.
The form starts to shift. The clouds starting to return themselves back as they all sort of shift together. You start pulling yourself back from this completely sealed walls. You begin to swirl into one central vortex. And as you do it, you notice the boy seeing you stops, seeing this form return, and before you can say anything to him, he yells and begins running back up the stairs to the slightly more lit top floor. By the time you return and can view him directly, he has already left. Let me just put you here, though, as the clouds begin to clear. You watched him go. A terrifying sight, but as you hear the thunderclouds and rain overhead, all you can do is understand. And back up here. Let me just drop you back here, Kokuten.
To describe Kokuten's expression, she listens to this entire story and she goes, huh, yeah, I can understand the situation. I can see I probably shouldn't have asked about this one. She smiles and continues listening.
Yeah.
Still splayed out on your floor.
Well,
I did go after him.
it did have a neat ending. You were remembering the ending above everything else. I mean, after all, like, it went all right. But, I mean, all things considered, the tale kind of seemed to conclude.
Yeah. You know what?
Yeah.
I don't actually want to hear the ending of this story. Kokuten stands up. You know what? He ran out just the same as back then. Go get him. Come on, I can see it play out in real time. Come on, come on, come on.
You might be right.
I'm always right.
I don't know about that.
Don't challenge the wisdom of a goddess. Come on, come on, come on. She's like shooing you outdoors.
You step, and I'm gonna reveal the rest of the map for you for a moment. He kind of oh, okay. Where is the nice? I think it's on this side. Yeah. Okay. Log of War end. There we go. So you both step outside, and you're looking across, and you don't see Suisen.
Did he run off? What? Walk, walk, walk. Freeze! Jumps.
You're looking around, and
where'd he go?
You don't see him anywhere.
Huh.
Is there somewhere Granny would know that Sue
Actually,
would go off to?
As you look around, Kokuten.
Yeah.
You see discarded here on this branch. There's a jacket that's simply laying there, abandoned completely. I want you to roll a die for me really quick. Roll to do something really quick. Oh, okay. That's really funny. You stop and look, and someone who just, you're like, what's going on? What happened to this jacket? And then immediately, someone
is he okay?
bursts out of the water immediately, popping out, splashing water everywhere as he almost hops out, and then immediately kind of gets on and just kind of like, he leaps out of the water and kind of lands back after diving in. And then as soon as he steps out, he almost trips on a stone again after seeing you and almost kind of startling, and then falls back into the water and splashes in like an idiot.
I see.
He sort of floats there a little bit, going up and starting to cough a bit. Oh.
She's just watching you with a very, like, she's watching you with just glittering eyes the entire time and, like, letting out a...
He stops, looking across, as he's just like, this sucks. I hate this so much. Just kind of, like, gargling on water that just kind of seems to be there. As he sort of looks...
Hate it so much. Why do you do it all the time?
No, He kind of sits down. You walk up, and he seems to be just kind of like, he sits down on the log and sort of just continues trying to clear his throat of water that's simply washed up into it. Sorry. Ugh.
Why did you
He kind of looks back.
Exactly right now is the best moment to go for a swim. She sits down on the log next to you.
Because I wanted to. I didn't want to listen to the story, and I just wanted to go on a swim. But
you say because I wanted to, and then she just keeps watching you with a big old grin on her face.
Yeah. That's
And
it.
and then she pokes you in the cheek.
He stops, kind of shifting his attention. I needed a break really quick. I'm going to
Good.
expend one of the uses to restore him back to health. That's
Understandable.
fine. How'd the story go? Did you get what you wanted? He kind of turns around and looks at Kokuten.
She's still poking you in the cheek. You just turn while being poked. Yeah, I got to the part where I realized I probably shouldn't have pressed and continued listening. There's no remorse.
Mhm.
There's none.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's great. He kind of turns over.
We skipped the sentimental reunion part because, like, you both are still here, so you can sentimentally reunite now or whatever.
He kind of looks at you.
What? It must have panned out well. Clearly you love her.
He kind of stops. Yeah, I do. Kind of turns over. You want to continue stories out here?
We can do that, yes.
I mean, the rivers and the trees and all of that stuff, it makes you think about this stuff, right?
Yes. She takes a seat next to him. And I love you too, Sui-san.
He kind of smiles a bit as he sits down. So, what's next?
What's next?
Oh, right, the Destruction Core Spirit. Sorry, I got completely caught up in the last one. Hey,
Yeah,
Sui-san,
Mm-hmm.
you still call them water corn dogs? Or water sausages, was it?
He stops and he kind of looks at you. It's just like, no, I don't.
It's so funny. Like, a lot of that story was deeply insightful into who Suisen is as a person. Kokuten appears to have fixated on entirely goofy things.
Of course. He
Granny
stops.
shakes her head yes behind Sui-san's head.
Shifting back. The story brings itself forward as you remember plunging onward. You make me a roll here. This is gonna be pretty easy actually this time because let me just. You were sort of robbed of the experience there, but I'll give it to you anyways. Give me another roll. I'll give you your attribute points and stuff.
All right.
All right, let's see. Ah, okay. So
I see.
roll and then roll to do for me. All right. So you leave that behind. And as you journey on, you ended up passing by this next section. And as you went onward, all of you began to move across. And you remember on the main trail, you and Hisashi took a pretty straightforward path. Both of you heading along out of the village, heading straight in the direction of the mountain. And as you went, you noticed that everything seemed almost idyllic on the way there. There were no demons, broken open holes, or anything like that on your path forward. As you both wandered along, you knew that every step of the way, you knew something was wrong with the village. But having set up your specific little fake tricks to cool the populace down, you did at least hope that some of the core spirits would be, well, they would be calmed by this event. Hisashi sort of stepping up kind of moves along with you as both of you find yourself forward. And at a point, so I think we got to turn up ahead, right?
Yeah.
He kind of looks, eyeing in the direction. I mean, we could go the long way, but the mountain's right over here, so I mean, why not just... He kind of peeks off this direction. Why not a nice little nature trail, huh?
If we end up getting lost? I'm blaming this one on you.
Oh, we'll for sure get lost. He kind of steps off in this way. But I mean, it's not like the village elders probably directions are going to help us too much. So, I mean, why not just find our own way, huh?
You think he was giving us a wrong direction?
I wouldn't say. Yes, absolutely. He kind of steps on in this way. But what do you think? Oh, great course stabilizer, Iruru. He kind of stops for a moment. What do you think's coming up? Have any ideas of what kind of course spirit would cause all this stuff off the descriptions?
Course spirit that I do wonder. Oh, sorry.
It's okay. So make a roll for me. Let's see if well, let's roll and find out. Pretty easy DC probably, maybe. Nope. All right. Unfortunately, you haven't been able to get enough of an eye yet to be able to see it for sure. You'll need to find out more before you can say anything absolute.
This does seem to be one of a grand scale.
Big dangerous one, huh? All right. Well, once we start getting close and stuff, I might chill back a little bit, you know?
That might be for the best.
He kind of smiles a little bit. All right. But for now, I mean, well, we're going on a little detour, so I can stick around. He kind of walks off in this way. Besides, I mean, look at this place. It's beautiful. Everything's grown so big and healthy. I wonder what kind of god used to live here. Both of you sort of wander off in this direction, questions forming on the mind, and eventually, as we travel back here, take about 1d6 plus 2 damage or from fatigue.
Alright, so that would be 6, right?
Yes, absolutely. So I'll pop that in for you as you go down a little bit more. But as you all head forward, there is another branching path before you. You look directly ahead, and as you gaze, you know, yes, there's the path ahead that I can probably solve. Hisashi said he would stay behind because something bad might happen if he walked on in and didn't want to endanger himself. Which leads you to a fixation of some kind. Something clicks in your brain, but you're not quite sure if you want to follow this path.
She's gonna do it.
I see. Your mind starts to wander. Once more, you start thinking as you explain details about Hisashi and all the things that were going on. And almost naturally, you shift to an aside note as sitting there, you start to remember something else. A thought playing on your mind. A memory of something. You remember a time when quite a long time ago actually, something that occurred years ago at this rate, as not too far from the point where you sit back, your attention turns, and you remember sitting outside one day, looking across the landscape with someone, remembering and reflecting on that period. You sat, waiting, looking off at setting suns. One of thousands you shared with someone who sat next to you. You start to talk about it. You remember you remember what it was like sitting there, watching out. Someone next to you, drained of so much energy, as almost looking off, you try to remember the words that you said to each other in that section. I want you to roll to do for me.
I don't have legs.
It's fine. Here, let me give that to you now. Okay, you should be able to do it now.
Okay.
All right, let me roll something really quick. Okay. You try to remember some words you spoke in this moment, and you turn around and look at the person that sits next to you, and you're sort of sitting there, and
Is there a tool I can use here?
Machi, I suppose, if you want to try a reroll. You get one Machi use here.
Yeah, she's gonna do it.
Give it a try. I'm sorry, but DSS hates this. So you feel something shift. A hand on your shoulder. Hey. Hey, Granny.
What? What is it?
Hey. Oh, it's nothing. Would you like some more tea?
Yes, I would love some.
Thank you.
Do you want me to get it this time?
He kind of turns. That would be very nice. Thank you.
In a rare moment of understanding, Kokuten returns back to the house and you hear her. Suisen, it's a little annoying. You hear her jump and leap over the stairs. Just move inside.
Oh man.
But he like with that moment, you are left alone with Granny.
You both sit there, and Granny, you feel your hand being grabbed as Suisen kind of hold on to it. Hey, you remember that time I snuck into your letters?
Yes.
Yeah. I still don't know if I can say I'm sorry for that, actually. That was a lot of fun to do. He kind of like smiles at you. Um I think if you want to know how I learned to write that he kind of stops. Well, it certainly wasn't from his letters. He kind of says straight up, I actually I started practicing some of those Kenko rights they'd write you to, some of that paperwork stuff. I think I got a noble's education in writing just from stuffy bureaucracy.
I'm actually quite glad that you looked through everything.
I mean, of course, you're great at that. I learned a whole lot, even when I didn't want to. He kind of smiles. I think I remember a story, a bunch of them, but I don't even. He kind of reaches to the side. There's a whole lot of fun stories I remember. A bunch from. He kind of reaches into his journal. He pulls out a book, putting it down in front of him, and he kind of flips through a bunch. I've written down a whole bunch. I know, it's just a hobby of mine, I suppose, but reading through your journals too, I just got a whole lot of perspective about a bunch of the stories I managed to read. It's kind of crazy to think about, but I remember when I was writing down, I read the differences between accounts that you had put and I had put, and I realized that even the way I write down stories is very different. Like, my own writing and the way you tell them, there's a difference between even those versions. And so I was thinking a lot about how I should better be able to write down stories,
How to better write them down?
Yes. Like he sort of thinks and then kind of scratches at his chin a little bit.
You're not talking about that awful memoir, are you?
He stops and he's like, wait. Oh no, did you read that? Oh, I I didn't write that. That's not mine. That's not published by me.
It didn't have your hand.
He stops and then kind of looks forward as he again holds onto the hand. I was thinking a lot. I was almost a little afraid because, yeah, writing down stories in different ways, I was afraid that if I couldn't write down stories too much, I might be giving people the wrong idea. But I realized that the same stories we told, no matter how different they were, I think the points got across around the same, I think I was a little worried about making sure everything was right or trying to remember all the details too much. So I guess I should apologize for all those questions I kept tossing at you over and over again, huh?
It's all right. I I can't believe I enjoyed all of the company today, but I did.
He kind of smiles at that, and as he looks, he's just like, well, I certainly enjoyed stopping back in. Granny,
Yes.
what do you think? He kind of points back. I believe that Hisashi and you were traveling across. You found you went into that side path. What kind of stuff did you see? Can you remember some of the cool scenery there? I might not need the details, but it's always nice to hear it firsthand,
Yes. There were. It started to get dark.
Mm-hmm.
Fireflies in that region are out of this world. They
He
lit up
kind
the
of thinks about
entire
that.
night.
Oh, that sounds really cool. He sort of stops a bit. You sort of start talking about how the night passed, how you spend a night in the woods waiting there, and eventually, Kokutin does indeed return, stepping back with a mess dangling in her hair, holding fresh tea. You pop down, and the tea jangles, and a tiny bits threatens to spill until you move down, and pop down back here.
Here you go. I brought all the cups and things out. Also, I think your small butler is somewhere around here. I can't find him.
Of course. He takes a tea and then passes one to Granny as well.
Kokutin takes a step forward, and you see pressed against her back somewhere in the void of hair. Help.
Help. Help, Granny. After recuperating a little bit, you're gonna take some fatigue damage really fast. Though immediately, you took a break and took up some time to take a break, and Suisen talked with you, so you're going to immediately roll to die to restore HP.
Okay.
So restore some HP for me. Let's see. And lock into whatever you want.
That's the perfect one.
All right, so I look at those, and then I also have some tea, so I'll add that on there as well. Extra 2. So you're gonna have 16 actually, because adding all the health and then taking into account the damage, you'll be at 16 again as you start to consider the path ahead. You leave something forgotten, or at least for now, it seems to have drifted away from you. You're not quite sure what it was. All the same, you can roll to this next area now. Let's see. 10.
Roll to do.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, you did it.
I
So,
did it.
with that in mind, you both start moving forward, starting to make your path ahead. You and Hisashi woke up the next morning, and delved even further into the forest itself. Let me just go slap you on. A forest that was absolutely full of numerous and plentiful shrubbery that had grown to an extreme degree. This could truly be considered a sacred woods, not due to presence of numerous mystical beings, though the fireflies were quite pretty, but instead perhaps due to the presence of just untapped land that was often left alone by people, at least for the most part. Even with that, paths opened themselves up to you as you traveled, moving across areas most tread upon by big beasts and other such things. Hisashi steps up, moves over to the side almost immediately and starts picking at herbs. Woo! Now these are some good finds. He picks something and pops it into his basket. All right. I made a good call. Nice. He kind of steps up.
Did you take a detour to just gather herbs?
He stops. Nah, that doesn't sound like me. I'm just, you know, just a nature lover, you know? He kind of stops.
Gives him a look.
Ururu. He kind of steps over. We really gotta get stuff, Ururu. Need food to live, Ururu. He kisses you on the cheek and then steps back this way.
Ow. You could just be honest.
I mean, I could. He stops. I think I'm honest. He kind of moves off in this direction. Okay, so where to next? He stops, looking in all directions. Well, I can't say I'm honestly lost, so he kind of stops. Ruru, make me a roll to do really quick.
Well, now we get it.
Now we get it. Okay, yeah. Rest in peace. You end up checking the path and you consider the correct path to go. And actually, what you do is you end up momentarily shifting to clouds and floating up above the tree line, and almost like a wisp gazing across the way as you almost kind of take a look at what's around you. You see past this canopy and notice, well, the mountain is sort of off in this direction. So all of the swirling clouds return down together and form up to a single person once again. And Hisashi just kind of has his hands to his side and then walks and waits for you. He's seen this a couple times already. It doesn't surprise him, but all the same, he's curious. What path will you take us down? And
she starts heading in the direction of the mountain.
Hisashi almost tails wordlessly, moving across. You're really good at this, you know?
At being a cloud?
No, just I mean, that helps, but I mean, you know, stuff like looking around, nature, hunting core spirits down. You're kind of a natural.
I guess I picked the right job then.
He kind of thinks about it a bit. I mean, I'm sure you'd pick up anything, honestly, if you tried hard enough. But he kind of like looks to the side.
You're doting too much.
I guess. Oh, I can stop. He kind of stops and moves on ahead.
You don't have to stop.
You both begin moving even deeper. As stumbling on ahead, there's one more path that seems to be assembled in front. That's a very easy one, not too much fatigue, but as you stumble, you take 11 damage.
Okay.
In front of you, or no, 5 damage. You take 5. You're at 11 is what I mean.
Oh, okay.
You feel yourself looking in front of you as you see you see vaguely a path, the destination, the truth that lies right in front of you, the destruction spirit. And also, one final thing, perhaps a diversion of some sorts, a tale that rings at least a little bit as you try to think. Moving ahead, you think it's right there. Destruction's right at the door if you can just remember what's going on over there. Tales of core spirits abused by humans. What do you want to do, Iruru?
She considers the fact that they're trying to get to the bottom of their own issue right now with the destruction core spirit. And she could just remember the way this ended, she could maybe help them out. And this memory tugs at her mind of humans who abused core spirits, and she knows they both know this already.
Oh.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Pain.
Oh, yeah. You. Oh, yeah. You let that memory slip away as well as you discard that tale, and instead you look ahead. You're going to keep this relevant for the last chunk as you see it lying ahead of you. This is the tale. We're gonna have one more break, and then it's the final stretch of the session.
Oh.
I'm gonna warn for the next bit, and warn again when we get back. In order to do these maps, this is a pretty trypophobia heavy map. So if you have trypophobia, for the next bit, listen in, but probably don't watch.
Turn off your monitor.
Yeah, turn off your monitor. Just walk away from the screen.
Just walk away from the screen.
Walk away screen.
The bathroom. Be right back.
Yeah, I'll be right back.
Just turn off your monitor. It's easy, dude. See something you don't like, just turn it off. It's my favorite solution to cyberbullying. Just turn off your monitor, dude. Come on. It's that easy.
Cyberbullying and a phobia.
Just turn off the monitor, bro. It's like in a horror movie where you're covering your eyes. It's just like, it's the exact same thing. Just turn off your monitor, bro.
This map, it was made for me.
It was made for me. I love Saw. Yeah, that's what it's from.
Yes, of course.
Thank you all for sticking with us. We're almost hitting the
Yeah.
5-hour mark.
Yeah.
Yeah. Trapped in the ocean? Just close your eyes. Yeah, dude. Don't get the salt water in your eyes, dude.
Yeah.
I hate having my head below the water a lot. Like IRL. Obviously IRL. Well, what am I talking about? Some video game? But yeah.
I'm back.
Click on a different window of your trypophobia. Yeah.
Smart. Very
Yes.
smart.
Very smart. Just don't have the money, bro. Just
I
like
just have Discord open.
just take like, I don't know, an image of puppies in like a different window, detach it from like your current one, and then stretch it over where the like the game is, and just keep the where you can see like the like
The
Roll20
rolls and
chat.
stuff?
Yeah, so you can see the
Yeah.
rolls. But that's what I used to do when I watched horror games on Twitch. I would like like fucking cover the screen with something,
I'm back.
and then like then I would
Maybe
still still have the streamer's
Yeah,
like
that's bad.
camera. 'Cause it's just like
Yeah.
I was just like, I don't want to get jump scared, but I still want to like listen to the streamer and chill and then like see their face cam. So I just cover everything else on the screen.
Sorry, I see comment in Twitch. I see we do not get to see the town with the rain core spirit. That's not what that was going to be. That was going to be something a bit different that Chad and I were contemplating, but I loved that.
Yeah.
You ended up what would have probably been like a 40-minute scene out of
Oh.
just saying one. Maybe that's like upper estimate, maybe shorter probably, but all the same, you summed it up in a single word and choice.
Choice.
We already know the story.
Oh, ow.
Oh man.
Ow.
Okay.
Pain.
Everyone
Yeah.
ready?
Everyone ready?
Yeah.
All right,
One last
then.
warning.
One last
Trypophobia.
Yeah.
If you don't like Uzumaki's whole hell, then don't watch.
You
But
were
otherwise,
a Uzumaki joke when you were gone.
yeah. Well, I see we're all in sync. So, Iruru. With all distractions put aside, all the stories told, you genuinely try to focus in to tell this next tale. I want you to roll to do for me again.
Drop first.
You don't need to, if
Okay.
you want to keep that. Oh, beautiful. Let's just roll to see what happens. Oh, oh, you really focus in. With all the energy you can muster, you try to remember the end of this tale. Bringing it into focus. You remember how it... You remember coming to the edge of that forest area with Hasashi. As you both moved, let me put you down really quick. There you go. You both started wandering around, moving throughout the woods as you went. Stumbling through these thorny brush, this very almost hostile little patch of the environment. You both moved. Hisashi taking the lead and guiding you through the brush now with his own sort of specialty in this area. Pressing through, getting scratched up by thorns a little bit, but leading the way all the same. This place doesn't play nice. Oh well. He kind of
He did go up
steps
the
across
path.
the thorns and then kind of like puts his hand out and then like helps you across. And then as he's through, might as well help with this. After all, I probably won't be... And he stops. Wow. I'm really a dumbass, huh?
What? What?
Well, I just realized, I could have just asked you to, float over it. I didn't need to do that. Oh, okay. He kind of looks at himself, looking at a bunch of thorn, like pain thorns on his arm that have just kind of poked in. It's fine. You know what? It's
Oh.
fine. Things I do for love, you know?
I didn't realize that you were Oh.
No, it's fine. He kind of steps up and he stops and he looks. Oh my. He looks at something off vision. That's... Well, I'm not the biggest expert on coarse spirits, but even I can tell that this is it. He kind of puts down the herbs and sits down. Oh, one more thing. He kind of reaches in and he pulls out a few herbs and a mortar and pestle and starts grinding something up. And he starts getting something inside of a pouch to sort of like, I don't know what's up, but just in case, take this. He hands the pouch forward. If the thing's still a little mad, maybe just pull these out. If you can light a fire on it, it should start to burn, and it's incense. And it's kind of similar to the stuff that I gave to the town, except a lot stronger. So, just in case, you know?
It's a calming scent?
Yeah, basically. I mean, it's probably just the same as always, right? Coarse spirit gets really riled up by the people and all that. So
Thank you.
he nods his head and kind of leans back against the brush and sees you get a little closer. Yeah?
Gives him a kiss on the cheek and runs off.
You run off, moving this way, heading off to complete your job. And you step forward, moving across. You find yourself stumbling onto exactly the disaster of a location that you found. You're at the top right now as you step back Isashi slowly fading to a small size as, looking ahead, you start tracking the trail of this core spirit. Iruru, as you start stumbling up even further, what do you think about this place?
This place feels like it's had the life drained out of it.
Yeah. You start to move up, if you'd like, seeing the different scattered, destroyed landscapes almost sitting across from your vision. Everything is drifting in and out of your mind. The life of this place almost seems to meld with yours to a slight degree. It's an effect you feel sometimes around core spirits, particularly strong wills. As you stumble, you move across the point of scattered, blasted apart trees, destroyed, torn branches, and you notice it again. The holes, the blast marks, little punches into the earth. And beyond that, I want you to roll to do for me really quick. See if you can identify what this area might once have been.
I'm gonna.
So, what do you want to
Game
lock
will
in?
keep neutral.
Okay. Now, roll to do. Nice. You can identify it. There was one thing that was true. This was holy ground. This entire forest was probably meant to go unpilfered. You can see these almost tablet statue monoliths that hang above, all of which have gone untouched, though the surrounding lands cannot be so lucky. They hulk and protect a landscape that is no longer sacred. Pointless things that hang around and watch over a place that no longer bears any form of life. But around them, up on the cliffside, you can see, or at least you can see along the edge as you start to walk, more of these blasted open points, these impacts. You make your way around, you see a path to get up this way a little bit further. So, as you begin to move, this small little side cliff path brings itself up to something to the center of more, or at least to the beginning of where those impacts begin, the holes. You peek over a large impact that then becomes breached with many smaller ones, like thousands of little cracks forming at once, all around the mountainside. Rubble, debris, everything blowing across your vision. You can notice that the ground itself in these small little spots appears to be barely holding on as you start to move across. This is...
makes her steps a little lighter.
Yeah. This is certainly a lot. You're ready at a moment's notice, if need be, to shift your form to avoid a rather fatal fall. Though, as you stumble across, what could this be? What core spirit is causing this? What core spirit could cause this? You contemplate on what core spirit would want to cause this, or perhaps what the people want. A demon is what it said. But you check around, and the damage was pretty contained around the shrine. Could this be a demon? Some kind of rivalry between gods? If so, you're drastically out of your range of element, but all the same, you still need to pursue a little deeper in to figure out for sure. There is still a small path ahead of you, one that slips between these two impact holes and heads even deeper into the mountain range.
She continues on.
All right. You continue on, beginning to move even deeper into the mountain. And as you move, more of the same. The shrine continuing to be pounded in as the mountain more starts drifting into almost a purposely made almost canyon. The mountain has begun to break apart And inside, there's an almost insidious energy that seems to be pooling around this place with every impact point.
She holds the
This-
incense a little tighter.
Yeah. You hold it as you look across. This is no longer a place of worship or a ground that is held holy, but now these slabs seem to look over this land like a burial ground, a resting place that should not be disturbed. You start to piece around, looking at everything around you. You start to wonder, there doesn't seem to be a purpose to this. Let me just roll to do for you here. Perfect. As you step forward, you look around you in every direction. A barrage of ruined, destroyed land, mountain space that seems to have been blown open with very little purpose. This can only be described as wanton destruction. Wanton destruction on a large scale. A core spirit of destruction. As you step forward, you realize what you're dealing with. An entity that has been twisted to destroy above all else. As you start to play that in your mind, everything you feel like you know is starting to reestablish about this case. Definitely not a demon. Even a demon wouldn't be this random. If a demon wanted to destroy a mountain, they would destroy a mountain. But the mountain still stands. A large testament of destruction writ across its body to the max extent that could be done. But not finished. And, curiously enough, not so mindless. The shrine statues seem to be held here still. But similarly, perhaps something else? The biggest thing is right now, your mind redirects itself. You know what core spirit is here. And as a result of that, you get bonus to rolls to do things around the core spirit now. But as you stumble forward again, you have to wonder, what did the people want? What was causing this in the first place? Because a core spirit of destruction, playing on the whims, the only thing that's true is that people wanted something destroyed up here, but why? You stumble further on, moving across the mountain path, the very sparse path left before you, as you finally come across something just a little bit different. As you stumble deeper, you reach what was probably the center of a shrine in old times, but now it's just vacant. A continuing layering canyon that dips down within itself. And at the very, very center of that canyon, you see it. A hole larger than any other. One that almost seems to just pound directly into the earth. And, as you contemplate that, you think, the only reason a hole that big would be there, compared to these others, is if something was trying to go through it. Something large. You've heard those spirits of destruction, when gorging on the sins of mankind, can often grow to unparalleled heights. You wonder about that, but another aspect of you wonders, you wonder how big it is now. Or maybe how small it is now. There's a push from behind you. Not a physical one, but almost yourself pushing yourself forward. As you lightly leap and almost float down into this spot, gauging the ground itself, which seems to hold your weight. You want to go down that hole. Yeah, you can feel that. You desperately want to go down that hole. You need to find what's deeper into the mountain.
I'm gonna roll to die.
Yeah. Ooh, 6.
So she remains as level-headed as she can in this situation. She feels the pull to go towards that center and moves a little closer, but holds back.
Yeah.
This kind of story doesn't end out well.
You wonder about that. A story that doesn't end well. Wandering deep into the mountain path, coming face to face with a terrifying spirit, watching it, not turning back when would have been best, and suffering the consequences. These are stories told all around the world. Cautionary tales. But Aruru, these are the stories humans tell about things they don't understand.
She moves forward.
You step up, and rather quickly, you reach the edge, and once more, turning yourself almost partially into cloud, you fall down like a mist on the morning, going even deeper into the mountain. But this time, into the mountain. You fall down, the light kind of drifting up behind you, as you see caves. Though not natural formations, but instead formed, digging around in 100 different directions. Small holes that pierce down, full walkable distances. It dug in the directions that were most clear for it, that brought the most for it as it continued onwards. You drift around a little bit, and Aruru, perhaps tugged by a sensation, you walked immediately to your left. Or, yes. Starting to move on this way, a hunch. As you started to walk, you noticed that, if anything, compared to the other two paths behind you, you looked in one direction and saw this. Then you looked to the path above. But the path down here, well, that's the direction where most of the holes were. You began stumbling forward. You knew that whatever the core spirit of destruction was looking for, it would take you down this path. And as you wandered, you started seeing something else. Strange. As you stumble, lights within the dark. As you moved, you could have sworn that they were crystals that almost seemed to glow. Minerals that seemed to have been absorbed with energy of some kind. A rarity, but you weren't quite sure what it was. Would you like to try to inspect them?
Yes.
All right, give it a roll. Oh. Unfortunately, rocks, minerals, and things like that, things
Out of
deep
my
within the
area of
earth are not your
expertise.
domain. No. You stumble past and kind of move along, and in the very least appreciating the light they give you as you kind of moved across, finding your way forward deeper into the cave system. As you head deeper inside, the lights continued to glow more intense, and you could feel it. There was a warmth, a heat generating, perhaps more accurately to say. A heat that had shrunk down to a warmth out of expending itself, but was definitely not coming from a place of feeling good, feeling kind. But something else is strange about that feeling. You stumble forward. You move into a central room, and I want you to roll again and add a d6 for core spirit knowledge, since you managed to figure out what the core spirit was.
Okay.
Oh, and then roll to do. Oh my goodness. Okay. So that's pretty good. That's a 37. Yeah. You reach in and try to feel for it. This is a weird thing. This is rage, but not rage from a purest form of anger, but a rage of jealousy, a rage that extends out from greed, if anything. You step past, as you move past one of these crystals, it's only now that you realized. Perhaps it was something you didn't pick up on because, well, why think about these things too much? You're not sure what's up with the crystals, but even without lacking knowledge of what they are, what their value is, you do notice something. This cave, as I said, it was not natural. It was constructed, torn apart by a spirit. But these minerals seem intact almost completely. Destruction. Destruction on a grand scale. Destruction that you might see and look at and think that perhaps this was just the act of a wild disaster. But there was more precision to this than you first thought. As you stumbled onward, you noticed, right ahead of you, the glowing rage. This desire to find more. Desire to punch through. Preying on certain emotions held by those who wanted more. The greed of man, digging into places they were not meant to dig for things that they wanted. You don't know what it means. You don't know what they wanted with this place, these rocks, everything around you. But you can feel it. You're more than quite aware of the feeling of others using you for their own means. And so when you step forward, as you feel out for that core spirit, you eventually see it start to form around you. You see this roiling energy that almost seems to pool around you. It almost begins to seep out from the holes that surround this room as it stares up, and its form almost entirely beginning to consume this very room that it's in. And that's when you realize it's stuck. Holding itself high above you, it's dug itself into this room, and it's digging and digging. And as it sees you approach, it wonders if it can dig through you. I need you to roll to die for me really quick. All right, lock something in. Okay. Iruru,
Mm-hmm.
how do you deflect this thing as it comes down to essentially crush you?
She dissipates into clouds.
You dissipate, a hand smashing down around you, flailing wildly as you almost float in that very spot. And you sort of begin to reform there too. And then it looks at you, and again it tries to slam down, smashing at the floor, but everything almost seems to drift past you, as in that moment you are as intangible as the clouds. No amount of rage will be able to destroy you, as multiple hands almost spread out your body throughout. But all the same, you float back. You return to yourself. And this thing, eventually, after crushing and slamming itself down, this is more than this cave structure could take. And in a moment, there's a collapse. An absolute destructive force that almost seems to pierce down into the surroundings as this cave falls to pieces deeper into another one. You sink down. You sit there. You ponder. You are but clouds now. It's like back at home. Your form has shifted ever so slightly, but you can still feel it all around you. You've become one with this room just about, shifting about in a form that's far from human, but you're still you, and you still think. You've not faded yet. You sort of shift around ever so slightly, and you're not sure how much time passed, but you do feel something. Right down in the very center of this room, there is something that seems to simply float there. Very insignificantly, just about. All the same, a tiny little flame. Floating in the center of the room. Fire, another form of destruction. You float. The smoke in yourself, the dust of the room, all sort of feels to mix together in this moment. Iruru, what do you do?
She reaches out towards the core spirit um, in the way that she normally would uh, when doing so. It's
Mhm.
her particular way of dealing with core spirits tends to be she attunes to them. She feels out what they're feeling and tries to soothe them. And seeing the flame and knowing that people make like, consider flame to be destructive, she knows what she's going to do.
Mhm.
And she tries to pull herself together just enough and find that incense.
You reach and look around, and for a moment, the core spirit almost looks like sensing you curiously, almost shuffling around, looking for incense around you. And you stumble and move around, and eventually you follow the point where some of yourself, still shifting in and out of clouds, finds it. You pick it up and bring it back and hold it directly.
She stands in front of the core spirit. They told you you're nothing but destruction, didn't they? But you know what a fire can do? It can bring things like these to life. She lights the incense against the core spirit.
The core spirit reacts in the only way it knows how. It destroys, consumes, a flame lighting on the incense which almost seems to shift and mix with the dust, the smoke. You, yourself. All of these things shift around, and the core spirit is almost smothered by them to a degree. But even still, it seems to calm with time. The core spirit shifts ever so slightly, and it ends up... It calms itself. It rests. The royal inside of its body seems to cease ever so slightly. And you reach out, and a bit of your smoke impacts it, and nothing happens. You simply feel the spirit itself almost coming to a rest here. And with that, your story is interrupted ever so suddenly as you're brought back.
There's a slight roar from the side. Okay, so it's incense, huh? Incense was the secret?
Yes, it seems to be.
Okay, that's good. That should be good for us, right? She says, looking over to Suisen.
He kind of stops and looks. It wasn't a matter of that. He kind of stops and looks over. What was the feeling of the spirit? What happened? It was more the people around the town that were putting their will upon it. That's more what we needed to figure out. It's starting to make sense to me. He kind of nods his head. I don't think we'll need incense, but maybe we could prepare some all the same.
Yeah, that should be good enough, right? This one seems to be getting increasingly frustrated. Come on, fledgling, let's go. And you notice that a Kokuten that is not yours is trying to drag you away.
Yeah. He sort of stops as he kind of looks. He kind of looks. There's no need to rush.
She turns back around and then, like, looks at Granny floating across the surface of the water, dead-eyed, eye to eye. You know these eyes. You've seen them time and time again before. This is the person that's haunted you again and again, throwing curse after curse at you. She looks pretty angry, actually.
No, knowing what Suisen told her earlier, she keeps that thought to herself that, oh, it's this one. And she matches her eyes and what is it?
She looks between the two of you. I've listened to the story to the very end, and I've gained whatever facts I need. The rest doesn't matter, right? She takes a step backwards and, like, sort of looks at you. A look of cruelty playing across her lips.
He kind of stops. Suisen sort of looks directly across at you. Actually, I found them to be quite elucidating, thank you. He sort of looks across. There's more than just incense. It's not some trick.
Of course, it's the intention. It's trying to communicate with the yes, of course, it involves the people at the town. She gains an increasingly agitated look and sweeps over this way. I don't know how much longer I can tolerate this farce, though, she says, a little venom eking into her voice. All those stories that led up to this point, all of those little diversions. She looks at Granny. How much of you is left? She states it dead seriously and maintains eye contact.
Enough.
Enough for right now. Sure, fine, but your mortal life is blinking out. That curse is going to claim your life before too long. She sort of flutters back this way.
Not
There's a movement as Suisen stands up from the log and kind of moves up and looks directly up at the Kokuden and almost seems to be floating above directly at her. As he kind of looks across and sees her eyes and looks at that venom in there as he kind of stares and... What, does it remind you of a failure or something?
Failure?
Or no. Maybe it's something to do with your own feeling? He kind of, he kind of, looks directly across at you as he stares, and, let me see. Oh, I guess it makes sense to come from this angle, yeah. As he sort of, kind of like... Oh, let me put him back, though. As staring directly at you, he sort of, So what? What, do you feel so self-conscious about your own fating? Do you feel so insignificant now you have to shout down the stories that you caused? I thought it'd maybe make you happy to hear about how you affected other people.
Give me a roll to do. Oh, damn, hold on. Yeah! Oh, wait, no, it's this one, but still. Same roll. That noise rings out and she recoils slightly. There's a silence for a moment. I think you misunderstand me, whelp. She moves up to you, Suisen. Core spirits flickering and dancing around her. The stories, the pain I caused her, Oh, she could tell you a story for every single one of the curses that I've adorned her with. In fact, that's what the very first story was. You like those fox ears? She flutters around looking over to Iruru.
Uh,
I threw every curse I had at this woman. I adorned her with a crown so heavy it would break the back of anyone. And yet I find her now, and she's slipping away into nothingness under the recesses of time. Kogaton's voice grows a little uncertain for a second, and I'm
Oh.
going to take your roll to do victory right here.
can I add a note?
Yes.
He stops and he hears that and he thinks about something, and you notice there's his face shifts and he looks at you. Oh, why are you so afraid of nothingness then?
She moves back and moves back and moves back and keeps her eyes on Iruru, who is sitting there quietly.
He sort of, oh yeah,
No, you go, you go.
oh yeah, he presses on that note, interrupting you actually in that point as he says, I thought perhaps you might understand a little bit, but maybe you should be listening to yourself a bit more. He kind of stares directly at her. There's something in nothingness too. You think all these stories are pointless? What, fading into nothing? That's exactly what this is about, isn't it? All these stories she's telling.
She moves forward again. Exactly. That's the problem. If you followed the train of all of this, you know how she is a once in 3 or 4 lifetimes individual. You feel, Iruru, you've never heard that from this one.
Yeah.
You know. Do you know why the core spirits are allowed to stay around this house when I know its location? It's because they like it here. But all things end. And do you know how many years I have spent trying to find one half as worthy as Iruru Mujo?
He stares across at her and almost speaks up again. And? What's the point you're trying to make?
These stories, they're little more than a mockery of a golden age coming to an end.
He kind of looks at you and he's like, I don't care about any of that. Shut up.
Give me a roll to do. Give me a roll to do. She's gonna bam.
Oh.
She like looms up over you. Oh, there's some fire. Hey, Iruru,
Yes.
what's going on in your head?
Oh. Oh my god. Yeah, she's been going back and forth. Like she, for a while, was just like, this one's going off again. And now with that, she feels that this one has not been honest with her.
Suisen kind of redirects and Iruru, as you see this form shifting, all of the thoughts that are coming out, and there's nothing you've ever heard before.
Ooh, yeah.
But Suisen kind of redirects as he kind of a golden age and all of that. Sure, why not? What is it? That's not why the stories matter. Sure, they might not matter for that purpose, but he kind of like redirects as he's just he turns over to Granny a bit, and he notices that kind of look that she has. And let me roll really quick. And okay, well, actually, let me roll fresh really fast. Okay, he sees that, and for a moment he stops. He's like, Granny is Granny.
Yeah.
Um,
Yes.
he kind of turns around and looks at Kokutin as well. What? Those stories don't matter just because they're not. Just because they're mockeries of a golden age?
They'll fade. There'll be a record. You saw what occurred with the core spirit of destruction. Knowledge in the hands of lesser people will only be used to exploit and redirect. That spirit was directed to its end by people who simply desired more. More of whatever they were mining in that mountain. You know what those stories will do? They might be precious to you now, but in time, they will only act as signposts. The gold will fade to an ugly, rusty brown, and all that will remain is an area rife for exploitation.
He.
Do
Mm-hmm.
stops for a moment. And she puts a hand on Suisen's shoulder. You know, I learned from someone quite important to me a long time ago. You receive what you put into the world.
Mm-hmm.
I was heading down a path of bitterness myself. And I had my eyes opened. Was able to see just how beautiful this world is.
Suisen sort of stops. He at least how he is now, will consider that as he sort of sits back a bit and kind of falls back to the side, and he kind of looks a bit back and forth. I don't think you should. Why? Granny, maybe we should go back inside.
Kokutin moves up and closes the distance with Granny again. Hold on. So, because the world is beautiful, I should simply accept that the next generation will and can handle things better than you. That's the part that I'm struggling on. If anything, this is a testament to how singular the existence of Iruru is. She seems to be speaking rather honestly for once.
We can only do our best.
Hey, can you give me a roll to do? I want to see how all this comes in. Hold on, doink, doink. Oh, that's hysterical. Okay, so something happens.
Ooh.
Eroded down by your stories over the course of the night. I have kept very close track. Someone goes quiet. Silence once again returns. Now this one's watching you. Do our best, huh? You notice the character shift, Sui-sen, as someone moves around again. She moves back over this way. I can't disagree with a lot of the points you made. Other than one. I think the end of a golden age can lead to an even better age after that. Flutter, flutter. Hey, she cursed you 99 times, right?
Yes?
What do you say about 100th curse, huh?
That would be breaking the rule.
Unfortunately, I've decided I'm not going to follow those rules anymore. The capricious goddess of freedom floats backwards. So, I'm going to hit you with the worst curse of all. The truth. Sound good?
What's one more to 99? And
She
for old
snaps her
time's
fingers.
sake.
She snaps her fingers. And then flutters there, legs crossed. Do you know why 99 curses were leveled at you? Why she finds you fading away to be so frustrating?
I'll admit I never got the answer.
I don't think it's one that she's capable of giving. Kogaton looks over and across the house. After seeing this place, though, I start to understand a little bit more. Ugh. She wanted you to exceed her expectations of what mortals could be, of what they could accomplish. But also at the same time, I think she did something very cruel to you. Fading away into clouds, huh? It's all disappearing or slipping away. I'm surprised you can keep your form together even right now. I can tell how much of an effort it has to be for you.
I told her she could not kill me.
That is one of my weaknesses, I guess. We certainly can't kill you. She moves back over this way. But I think she was happy with that. Because if she couldn't kill you, time went on and on and on, you'd dissipate, become nothing more than mist. She peeks an eye open. You wouldn't die immortal. You'd simply fade away into the nothingness of this world. Frankly, it sounds like she was trying to turn you into one of those core spirits you love so much. Floats back over this way. Looks at you, Iruru.
No, I will keep myself together until the end. And the end will be due to age. Due to my body running its course.
She smiles. Well then, I guess I've got one last curse for you. She taps you on the forehead and you feel an electric jolt run through your body. She flutters back over this way and sort of like closes an eye, a purple fire emitting from it again. Unfortunately, this is the nastiest one of all. I can, actually, when it comes down to it, outperform my predecessor. She looks proud. 101. Started something new. That's the curse of a choice. She sort of smiles at you.
The curse of a choice.
She nods. If you feel like your time's running out, you get to make the call. No god, no other creature. You decide if you die immortal, or you die as something else. It's your decision. If I've learned anything from these stories, it's that Iruru Mujo deserves respect.
I don't know what to say. I suppose I should thank you.
I should be thanking you. You're the one that completely eroded down her consciousness. She mumbles and comes forward. And looks over and back to Suisen and like realizes she did all of that in front of him.
He's giving a slight smile at you as you say all of that. Hey. Hey, Granny.
Yes.
Pretty crazy day, huh?
Oh, absolutely exhausting.
Well, thanks for the story. I suppose we should stay around just a bit longer, perhaps. I didn't intend to run around and leave as soon as we finished hearing the tale, after all.
And that course spirit won't rampage?
He kind of thinks about that a little bit. We will have to depart, but I think it's only fair that a night's sleep will make us run quicker, huh?
It's very true. Do visit more if you can.
He makes a face again and just kind of, yeah, I will. Hey Machi, can you help take Arura back in really quick? I think I might want to go for a dive. He tosses the coat off again and steps up, just drying just now. He once again kind of just like wads on in, and then just kind of lays back and floats in the water for a second.
You're going to make that choice for me when I was just cursed with choice. She jumps in with him.
Oh, yeah, he kind of stops as he's just like, okay. He stops and he kind of smiles again. And sitting there, you look up at the sky as it starts to shift from afternoon. As you lie with Suisen, they're momentarily shifting, staring directly up at the sky. And time begins to pass. As you spent that time with Suisen, similarly, Suisen chose to keep that time close with you as well. Once more, Suisen would leave after receiving what he wanted. Kokutin and him would the both of them diving off back to finding destruction and once more looking for that path ahead. And very similarly, a story would be concluded, a core spirit would be saved, and Suisen would continue his own journey. With that in mind, Suisen's journey, one step to the next. The end of an arm, the end of a stretch of his journey. He moves across, but he thinks the next would be quite obvious. But he also feels that pull again. Perhaps a strong pull. Strong feelings that resonated with himself in a moment. Before he stepped out and left, before a conclusion was rendered and the next path ahead of him could be seen, he stopped and turned once again. And Suisen will choose to play across a side story, a story that does not need to be told. This is not a legend of the Great Suisen, after all, but instead the legend of someone else. The legend of his dear grandma. He recalls, he remembers an event which splits out from his memory, having returned to an old location of his, one of the very first jobs that he ever had. He remembered he had gone into the woods and had rescued people who were being caught by the remnants of life in a deep forest somewhere. A responsibility of his, partially, and a place he always returned to, looking for someone, never finding them, no matter how many years he comes back. A resurgence this year as well, he wanders in these woods, having separated from his traveling companion, who, for reasons one way or another, was banned from these woods. Having returned back, he wanders about, looks across, and calling out, a voice echoes across at him.
Stabilizer! Stabilizer! She runs over waving a hand.
He stops and he turns, and upon hearing a voice calling out to him, this man turns and his face becomes something uncharacteristic to how he usually is. First with shock, and then with, what are you doing here? I just told you to leave.
Yes, I had further questions about this
No,
book that you gave me.
No, I just pulled you out of the fold. You have to leave.
Hold on. This book that you gave me, I asked for the tale of the Great Suisen. I was going to report it to the world. This this isn't your story. All of this is about Iruru Mujo.
He stops and he contemplates for a moment. Yes, I said it was a tale worth telling. Can you please take it? The world's heard enough about me.
Listen, I need your story. Otherwise, your story will go out into the world and it'll be repeated at length by charlatans. Your name will be taken for granted, and who knows where it'll get up to. I need your story. I did not ask for the story of Iruru Mujo.
He stops and he thinks about that, and a memory plays on his mind. Something that stuck with him for so long. A statement given by one aspect of a goddess to a similar degree. Something that infuriated at the time. But now, after some time passing, his face simply goes passive. You know, not many people do. He kind of turns back around and looks directly at her. Not many people too much consider wanting the tales of Iruru Mujo. But have you considered that it's a tale that Suisen, the Great Suisen, holds dear to his heart?
She hit this button. She sort of reacts. Yes, it's clearly very important to you, but at the same time, what about your own story?
He kind of looks. There's no point in telling a story with no... He kind of stops with no purpose. And he kind of looks directly back at you. But that one does have purpose. At least for me. He kind of looks directly at this person, and if you maybe read more of it, you'd be able to see that. He kind of looks a little frustrated, but then sort of evens out again. This isn't a tale that exists for the world, or an age, or anything like that. These are memories that one person doesn't want to forget. I think that's enough. You should read them. Maybe you'll find something you like to share with the world.
She hears your tone and takes the book. Memories that someone doesn't want to forget, huh? Okay, I can report those. I'll make it a big part of my travelogue.
He nods his head and kind of steps off to the side a bit. And then he kind of looks at you again, and he's just... Now leave. Go. Come on.
Fine. Okay, I'm leaving.
He kind of like waves you off for a little bit, and then stops. And then a light smile again. He returns a bit. Some time passes, and he realizes that he can't find anyone in this forest besides the ones he rescued just now. But all the same, he heads off. This forest will have to come another day. He needs a traveling companion to return to. Suisen wanders off, taking his steps along a path that only he wanders right now. And as time continues to move on, he leaves the forest, and eventually finds himself wandering out to a field, back to a destination. He steps along the way, moving across the road. He passed it all off to a wandering scholar just now. Everything he had written, all to someone he just met in the woods, and he wonders if he's an idiot. Suisen stops. He looks above, and then takes a moment to sit back on the hill. He ponders some things, looking up at the sky. He thinks all about all those drifting memories. A matter not of the world to him, but instead simply things that existed. Things that would fade with time, as would everything. Okay.
Yes.
As he sits back, he sort of wonders about himself, and he wonders about the things he had said. In the end, the story of the Great Suisen and the story of Urumujo are both equally as valuable, but also equally as useless. Neither of those things sway his opinion. Neither of those things matter to him. Because as he thinks about it, he remembers back. Those stories being told, the stories being told about him, about her, even recorded by him. They were so different. Contrasting tales every time she told them. She can't honestly say either of these stories are true. As he lays back, though, he knows one truth in his mind. Urumujo, that person. To Suisen, she meant the world. The age that he got to spend with the Urumujo was an age with its own right. And without her, it's an age that's past. No amount of looking up to the sky, seeing the clouds shifting forward or back will bring her back to him. But all the same, no tales or memories told could ever match the feelings that she gave him. And that's where we're called for the day.
Oh God.
My bones.
Oh. Holy shit.
Oh.
Oh. God. Oh.
Edward, you a single year. Oof.
Oh.
Oh.
Ugh.
All of us dying.
At where was it? 11:31. Message to Christian, bro. It's all coming together. This episode's gonna come together so fucking well. I can see the ending, bro. I can see it. Ugh, here we fucking are.
Man.
You know what's good for wiping up tears?
What's that?
Fan art?
Fan art.
Let's do it then.
Yeah. Let me just give me a
Christ.
second. Oh. God, you love to see it. You love to see it. You love to fucking see it. Let me.
Ending 2 DSS sessions by sobbing? Yeah, you love to see it.
You love to see
You
it.
have to see it.
Yeah, I just
Give
love
you
to see you
my
fucking cry. Alright, streaming? Is that working?
Yeah, let me do it.
Yeah, hop in here. Alright. Ooh. Ugh. Yeah, boy.
Okay, so
Yeah.
first off, starting us off, we got another wonderful fan art from Fran Story writing from Polaris. Thank you so much.
I got it, Krish.
Okay, thank you. I thank you.
can cry.
Thank you, man.
You can
Okay,
cry
thanks.
it.
Thanks, man.
Bitch. Yeah. First off, from Polaris, we got another wonderful fan fiction story that you can find on our I almost said Patreons, on our official Discord, probably in the fan art chat, where you can read chapter 7 and also all the previous chapters that Polaris has been doing for every episode. Thank you. These have been really just neat to see collect. You know. Oh, and you know, sometimes these sessions last so long, you forget where we started. You know?
Listen, at the very end, I loved bringing up, but if you don't get your story out there, charlatans will take it and run.
Yeah, that was really good.
I like how we ended with holes and we began with a hole, you know?
Yes.
Yes, of
From
course.
God of Trash, we got the core stabilizer kit. Fucking Benji.
Fantastic.
You gotta
Whoa.
get these core
Slime on the
stabilizer
skull.
kits to
God,
fight against the core spirit invasions.
we got a lot of Benji. From Lesson 2020.
Hold on.
Have you heard the Great Suisen?
One who steals wives.
Read mine, I can. It's too small.
One who
One who
steals
steals
children. And then, I don't like that guy. I heard he's hot. But I heard he's hot. I'm sorry. I almost read it like it was just like, I don't like him because he's hot. But it's like, no, but I heard he's
Oh, next one.
Next one from Lesson 2020.
Hell yes.
Ah, fuck. And then
Bye.
from Lester 2020,
What are you doing here?
the sad eyes.
Mochi's legs.
Oh, fuck.
What are you doing here?
He's feeling Super Saiyan with a granny gun. Spencer BB something? I don't know. I'm glad he's dead. Yeah.
Oh,
God.
Oh man. Next from God of Trash, Machi's Warrior Spirit.
Granny's teacup mountain.
Teacup Mountain.
Yes, she does drink tea like the anime food trope.
Yes.
Hair
Yes.
looks like
I mean, if
soft
you're a cloud.
Her hair looks like soft served ice cream, and I love it.
Yeah. Yeah, I love it.
Oh god. Oh, that's
Oh,
a
no.
spoiler, but you know.
Okay.
If you know,
Yeah.
you know.
If you know, you know.
Stabbyness Megamind. Why Megamind?
Because minions. You
Yeah,
know?
but
You know?
Megamind.
You know,
Megamind.
It's like someone brought something up.
Megamind isn't minion though. You're bringing up Megamind. You
But
fucking.
Megamind
Megamind
has
minions,
minions.
bro.
There's a
They're
character
so
named
close, though.
Minion in Megamind.
Yes.
Yeah.
How
I
dare you?
thought it was because of Granny's hair made it look like a big head.
That's cute, but it looks more like Jimmy Neutron.
From Middle.
Oh, hell yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Benji Boot gets the boot
Benji
again.
Bootigan gets the boot again.
Comes with 64
Comes with
bank
64 bank snaps, also known as Devil Poppers, Throwdown Snap. It's poppers, poppies, poppers, snappers, unintelligible, pop, snappers, whipper snappers, fun snaps, party snaps, pop, whiz bangers, cherry bangers, pop, rock, stocking poppers, and bangers. Damn.
Holy shit, I'm impressed.
I was
Eminem.
very impressed.
Eminem would be jealous, bro.
Yeah.
Then from Lester 2020, we got Firefox.
Oh.
Fox.
Firefox. Fucking another fucking Suisen thing.
Among Us.
Among Us.
This continues to evolve.
Let me make it bigger so you guys
Thank
can
you.
get it. Yeah.
Firefox.
Ryoko was not the imposter. Emergency meeting. I
It
told
was-
you it wasn't magenta.
Well, who was it then, Gray?
I'll
It's
be-
White. Oh,
yeah.
you go.
Yeah, I don't see White much.
Why are you still playing? Why are you still playing twice? Blue, you were supposed to disconnect
Disconnect
one.
one.
That's very clever.
Yeah. Thank you, Cookout Trashman, for that one. And then
Yeah.
from Bram,
Thank you for my little brother. Or my big brother, actually, quite
Yeah.
frankly.
Nah, probably.
Big brother,
Little one.
I'm older than you, little one, prodigal son.
When
Well-
you speak to me, you must do what you did when you were a child. Sign of respect.
yeah. Thank you, Bram. And then I've been seeing a lot of people change their Firefox in their computer
Oh,
too.
that's
So good.
this is great. I love this.
Yeah, I might do that. That's
I'm gonna do that.
hilarious.
Oh,
I
I
love
love
Rot being the orb.
Thank,
in the
thank you,
center.
Agent J.
Yeah,
Wall.
yeah,
That's
thank you, Agent
fucking
J. Wall.
excellent.
And then
Thank you so
loading
much.
some more images. There we go. Despicable
There we
Me.
go.
Cookout Trash.
Yeah.
Can.
Yeah.
There
Oh
we
my
go.
God.
Look at all them little fucks. Oh shit!
So pretty.
Yeah.
From Jasper. We got the prettier
Cloud.
Ruru.
Cloud.
Cloud. And then
Cloud.
look at how pretty she looks.
I thought it was Tear for a second.
No.
What?
No, that's a cloud.
Oh yeah, and then Kari before we
Oh,
saw the
that's
Destroyed
so
Mountain.
cool.
Yeah, made this
Yeah.
in Blender.
Yeah.
shit.
Oh my God.
Yes.
Environment art is the true ascended Daisuisen art. Honestly,
Yeah.
like, that's great. This makes me super happy to see.
Oh, and then
Yeah.
From Dungeon
You get
Master
what
Zero.
you want.
You get what you
Poke,
want.
poke.
Oh.
Yes.
now it's time for me to
Oh.
refresh and see if there's any more that was added. Load 5 more images. At least my internet's not like dial up right now. That's cool. Then, yeah, that
Nope.
seems like it was the last
Yeah.
one. So, thank you guys for coming out.
Oh my
Thank you
God.
so much.
Let me okay, I need to get my brain sorted because that's the end of fan art. And
as always, even now, um, even now, we must look to the future. We must gaze at stories ahead. But this time, the story ahead of us is not the story ahead of us is not one of simple morals. Neither is it one of thinking of the past, of the future, of how we feel. This is not a story of reminiscence. Neither is this a story to be held close to your heart. This is a story of balance. Next time on Daisuisen. Omozawa.